Tezos presents.
Ah! How's your doings? I got to put my glove on. Do-da-dun-dun. It's starting! Meows, yo! Yeah, I was just putting my glove and my hat. No glove, no love, hey! Make sure to like the stream. Dude, the music makes me get the feels. I can't with this game. The music, just the soundtrack of the game gives me the feels. Let's go. How is everyone doing? We got the hat. It's back. The hat is back. So if you missed last week, don't worry. It's crazy. There's a whole named Brett. Just kidding. What happened last time? So last time we did case 1. So in the first Ace Attorney game, case 1 took like an hour. In this Ace Attorney game, case 1 took 7 hours. Who was the murderer for the first case? Brett! No, it was this girl. It was a girl named Brett. Giselle Brett, the sworn lady herself. I didn't know Bretty was a British blonde lady. But yeah, last week we Naruhodo were on the suspicion of murder of John Wilson, our sensei. Turns out it's another student by the name of Giselle Brett, and she got away because they technically couldn't arrest her, and she left the country to China. Variants, bro. Yeah, this is your variant. Brett, yeah, her name is Giselle. But that was case 1. She's the murderer. She murdered him by poison, but she technically got away. She went to China. So that was the end of case 1. Looks at Brett suspiciously. But now we're gonna go to case 2. We're gonna start case 2. I didn't expect case 1 to take 50,000 years. But case 2, the adventure of the unbreakable speckled band. Let's go. Looks like it's time, Bobby Red. That's you every day. Adventure of the unbreakable speckled band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I
Sholmes?
raced with bated breath.
HERLOCK Sholmes?
In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike.
Irene Adler?
It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Oh, snake! Snake! Did you say that? The narration though, right? HERLOCK Sholmes, not to be confused with Sherlock. Yeah, Sherlock, who's that? Was that Shibuya? Oh no, it's him. He's really here at the beginning.
So then, let us unravel this mystery.
Wow.
And discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor.
Oh no,
Almost
it's Junie
certainly
all
with
over
the
you.
ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message.
What do you
In
sound
fact, I
like
deduce
this?
it was written by someone of a different nationality.
That's a gun. Oh, it's an air spray.
This paper seal was placed just
Wow.
prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
Oh,
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder.
absurd.
I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
This is also for the Switch,
The
yes.
culprit is in there.
Ah.
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. HERLOCK Show. I presume you must have heard of me.
I definitely have. I've definitely heard of you before. Having spam rice and eggs for breakfast. Hell yeah. Sounds like that doctor can travel through time with the telephone machine. Doctor Who? Ow, my! HERLOCK. I didn't expect HERLOCK to be right at the beginning. Ow! It begins. Yeah, my man knows how to make an entrance so inviting. Oh, he was ready to. That was his intro to Open Your Leg. But oh, my head is throbbing. Like my head up here, not somewhere else. What's going on? Oh wait. This is not Phoenix. This is Naruto. Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. Oh no! Handcuffs? Again? Oh my god. What the? I'm not Mars Edgeworth though. I'm not Simon Black Quill either. Tome, yes, exclamation dragon, exclamation shack. I need to make the KT link. I keep forgetting. More than one hit. Oh. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? Kazuma, what did you do? My bae. Is that Kazuma? Huh? Say you wake up now. Hmm? Oh, that's not Kazuma. Who the hell are you? Sorry, we had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I don't know. I do not believe you how you could wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. Am I arrested for murder again? For like the second time. You don't even have space to stream yet. Working out that king out. You. Ah, you found me then. Oh my, oh my god, I can't believe HERLOCK got me out of the closet. I'ma share a secret with y'all. In My Little Pony, there's an episode where most fan-made ships got made canon on an app where you collected ponies. What? Poor Naruto. Not again, I'm not Maya. Duh! Oh, he's the da boy at the back. Da. We found you. Now you pay. Criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, right? My whole life, dude. Sorry. What, OMG? Oh, sorry. Now you've been found. It is time you admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is. Hmm? No, I'll tell you everything. Oh no. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Oh, isn't that... Susato! Susato-chan! Is Da yes or something? I have no idea. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? I forgot how she sounded like. But I'm just gonna roast how she sounds like in the trailer. Can you punch a sailor? Miss Susato! Susato-san! Dots. Wait. What did you just say? Take his life? I do not murder anybody. I'm the main character. Dots. Dies yes in Russian. Where is he? Oh no. Where's Kazuma? No, it's Mia again. Huh, you pretend you do not know? You're a wolf in sheep's pelt. You're the killer. Do not try to make excuses. It's Mia all over again. Except we're the ones being suspected. What? Kazuma-sama was... Oh no. Oh, I hate this. Why does this game want to do this to me right at the start? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not too long ago. Oh, he saw it. We just started. The awesome music team dies with him. No! Yeah, our boyfriend. Kazuma. That's 2 times in a row. This is Mia all over again. Our man. We just started. No, we won't get to hear his like dirty jokes. Yeah, in this cabin. That was about to shut from the inside. Maybe he's not actually dead. They found a body. How is he not actually dead? They have the marks and the chalk marks there and everything. His body? Please! Do not try to tell us you are doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Hey Tyrannata, yo, what's up Tyrannata? And V, what's up V? Oh, what did it say? Kazuma's dead. But he can't be. Oh, his dreams! Were we on the ship to go to Britain for him to be a lawyer? No. Dots. In these handcuffs. You're attempting a new Nuzlocke on sword, nice. Surely you don't think why the hell would I kill my boyfriend? Why the hell would I kill Kazuma? This Ace Attorney could be a fake body. I don't know. They did this with Mia. It's Mia all over again. History repeats itself, you know. Except Susato isn't the one being convicted. I am. to know. Why did you take Kazama? Why the hell would you think I took his life, bitch? You were there last time when you helped us, bro. Answer me, please. Shut up, Susato. I'ma slap you with my handcuffed hands. Why the hell would you think I did that? You hope it isn't Mia again. Is Susato gonna be a spirit medium and bring Asugi back? I have no idea. No. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? You have Gastrodon, Machoke, Cinderace, Galate, Gyarados, Corvisquire. Nice. Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? He stuck me on the boat. He stuck me on the boat! What makes you think I would kill this man? No! Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna feel when I see the picture of the body. It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier though. The way the Russian crewman just tossed all your traveling case on the floor. I thought I was gonna die. Oof. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. Really didn't think you'd be able to fit in my trunk. Oh, my trunk. Oh. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, you know what? Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Ryu was sleeping. They weren't showing us. I was sleeping with... So I was in the closet. So he put me in the closet as the real killer killed him. We just had to see the I mean, I'm gonna guess it's blood force trauma like Mia. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself into my cabin here, I don't expect anyone else will discover you. I snuck onto the boat. Oh, I hope not. I get a feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. Naruhodo! They're a sturdy bunch, but that's for sure. You assume they're very quiet about it as you wake up? I guess so. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it as a secret from the young lady? From our faithful digital assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? Remember BDSP was announced 6 months ago? Yeah, they need to make a new trailer. I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. The steward? I know it's crime, but you better get in there. Won't be long, won't be for long. Anyway, compared to hiding in my traveling case, it'd be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'd be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something like this on a piece of paper? You think that the court will believe this story? Pokemon seem to be relying on leakers for BDSP news right now. I don't think they're relying on anyone. They sued the leakers, bro. Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're done and once you're inside. I don't know. No. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? Twice in a row, yup. We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. Oh, don't say that. We leave you at a nice spot. Stay quiet till then. Don't make trouble for yourself. Murderer, shut up. Where's HERLOCK? Let me see his face. I'm gonna face him myself. No, I'm not a murderer. No, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Where did the ink come from? Susato-san? That's... Please, tell me what happened. I need to know.
That's very well. But there is something I'd like to ask of you too.
Ugh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. Takes a long time to redesign the characters and stuff, I don't know. You know, they might not be redesigning anything. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream.
That's...
And these handcuffs. They think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? The BS?
When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside.
What do you mean?
There is no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt beer on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls.
What?
Or to put it another way, the culprit could only have been somebody inside his cabin. Or do you have some other explanation?
Dots. Yeah, Ilka is developing. This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly?
Are you still gonna deny the charge, even despite the circumstances?
Yeah, because I didn't do it. Please, Susato-san, tell me. The boss got a broken door, right?
That's... The cause of death is still undetermined.
They don't know how he died?
The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience.
What an idiot.
I just suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call.
So presumably that means there are no obvious external signs of injury then?
That's true, yes.
The bolt broke when they broke into the room, yeah. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma?
Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone.
Shut your mouth! I'ma slap you so hard, Susato. Susato, we are not on good terms right now. I'ma slap you so hard, girl. Please.
Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all.
Well, yes, I was, but I was in the fucking closet. Sorry. I'm just so annoyed by Susato. Why don't you believe me?
That's... He would always wake before dawn to do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come.
Whoa.
I could sense that he wouldn't.
Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder?
I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside...
Oh! It's Mia again, right? Yeah, with the dying message too. Yup, it's Mia all over again. Your phone is about to die. Forgot to charge it. Like now, no.
There was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor.
What is that on the side there? I want to investigate this room. Susato, move. This basically Mia, rather than being the boss of the MC, is the best friend.
That's...
And the white tape there shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. Well, Krabby, I have no idea anything that happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow.
I wish it wasn't the case, but it's just very hard to believe.
This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Hey Tyler, yo.
Nala told everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question.
Yes, alright. Oh, my head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing. Oh, me and Kazuma were having a great time last... Oh, it's still throbbing like anything.
Why are you even on board the ship, Naruhoto-san? You said something about being a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now. I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time.
I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing?
No. That would be a bit impossible, obviously.
That's... Yes, of course.
Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He's been saying that since our date last time in the last case.
He actually asked you?
Of course! You stupid hoe. Like, seriously?
But why?
Why not? He's my friend. I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I will take your obi and strangle you, girl.
I don't understand.
Why he's my friend? What is that? What's so hard to understand? Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? Dots. Uh-oh.
It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself, so...
Well, yes, you did say that. I didn't think you were serious. This is how to have a crush on Kazuma. I hope not.
You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that.
But I never really thought of becoming a lawyer. It's kind of in my blood, but still.
Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there?
Now Kazuma's mine! Susato! Can Susato go away? Not really having the best impression of her compared to Maya. I thought she was nice. Well, no, definitely not.
But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then... Dots.
Then what?
Nothing! Forget it!
Question mark?
Dots. Kazuma-sama he's always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system.
Sorry, Susato, but you're a Susaho.
Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you.
Yeah, with me, not you, ho! Sorry. Doesn't amount to anything, he's joined the dead fishes. Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Even in the dark when we're doing stuff. Susato-san? Heyo! I'm sorry we kept it a secret from you. My staying away on this ship, I mean.
If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me. To avoid me becoming guilty by association.
That's literally what he said. mean, again, we got off the wrong foot with Susato. Yeah, last time she helped us, so like, what's her problem? It's freaking HERLOCK. HERLOCK says I'm the murderer. Where's HERLOCK? Let me see this boo. That's exactly right. Yes. What? Perfect. In fact.
If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin?
Oh, you don't wanna know. You don't wanna know what happened last night, girl. Like the last 2 weeks. Oh boy. Sorry. The chat is disconnected again. No. Maybe she has a crush on Kazuma. Well, he's mine, so too bad for her. Just kidding. It's okay. I'll take HERLOCK then. Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. It was so blurry. Oh, we were drinking so much.
That's...
Kazuma brought me something to eat like he always does. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there just like I always did. After that, I...
fell asleep?
Well, yeah. Last 2 weeks as a stowaway. You wish they could fish the chat still. YouTube problem? Yeah, YouTube is down. Sometimes it freezes the chat.
So deeply you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed?
Well, yes. Did he drug me? Did he know someone was after him?
That's...
I know it sounds unbelievable. Really, I do, but it's the truth. Aching. If only I'd woken up, perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. Nor would Kazuma be dead. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Did I get knocked out too?
Really? That's...
Is something wrong? You know something! Oh?
Oh, no, please forget it.
You better tell me. Susato-san! You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I did other things with Kazuma, but not this.
I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who possibly have done this.
Why did they tell us this random detail? Oh! Naruhodo! Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? I'm glad Naruhodo didn't wake up to the dead body there though. Didn't have to see his best friend's real dead body. Is she the killer? She's supposed to be our friend, so I don't think so. Oh! I can't take this!
Don't try to go anywhere! You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen.
Kazuma has someone after him, I'm sure it. Oh, sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here. And I didn't do anything to stop it. Now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever who did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen.
Well, what do you propose to do then?
I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, how and why they did it. I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to excuse me. Hiya! Oh! What the?
That was a Susato takedown!
Susato what? What martial art form is that? A Susatos, more like.
I'm going to need you to prove it.
I'm upside down! Oh my god! Sorry, prove it?
Yes! Your innocence! I need the evidence.
But how am I supposed to?
Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago?
I'm not a lawyer, what am I supposed to do?
You successfully defended yourself in the court of law.
Ah, I see. But Kazuma was there. It's a different story. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. Well, I can't if you're blocking the way and turning me upside down.
Dots.
I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. I'm a student. Kazuma! Ooh. Kazuma!
Yes!
Yes! Tell me, when was I discovered in this wardrobe? When I was discovered in this wardrobe before? It's clearly the patch. It's clearly the patch. Was this piece of paper stuck over the doors?
Oh yes, it was. I remember clearly.
I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place when I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well.
Ah! Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled the sign off from the wardrobe doors before he opened them.
Oh, but if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own.
Yes, that's quite true.
In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma.
That's... Well, even if you are spot hopelessly on the floor.
I'm like in real life, I'm like Naruto's upside down being like, so like... But the sign though, the paper, yeah. The upside down. Guess you couldn't have done it. Oh, that's boring. Of course I couldn't have. I'm the main character. We're both in the second. Me and Susato are in the second game. We can't be the murderers. So it's all out.
I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you.
Yeah, cause he's my bae, bro. You just stuck it afterwards. Naruhodo can't stick it out. Naruhodo can't stick the sign outside because he was in the cupboard. That's what he's saying. You can wait for the Ace Attorney game where the MC is the killer. Can you imagine? Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up?
Okay, sorry. Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating here, Elite.
Thank you. So you finally believe me.
I'm sorry. No,
What?
I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position.
What does she think I am, a magician? That's for my descendant's daughter, not me. Sorry.
For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I do the same.
Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san.
Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts.
Okay. Oh.
I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you to use your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example.
I don't have Mr. Hat, okay? Right. Susato, we're alone now. You return for your vacation, Average. Yo, what's up? Well, anyway, I should start on investigating here, examining everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Susato, move! Move! Can I tell this move? Can I put this move on her face? Move! Get out of the way, thank you. Who the hell's that? I guess we were not alone.
This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sit whenever he was writing.
Oh, nice handwriting. Candle sideways. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination.
It looks like his last entry is incomplete.
Which means what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. Could be a valuable clue. Ah, go! What the hell?
That is out of the question!
Why? I'm the only one who can read it. I mean, you can read it too, but whatever. What?
Kazuma-sama may have been inspired by his world, but you must not read his private thoughts.
I've seen more than a lot of things of his private, okay? Sorry. Yeah, Blast is so glad to return. Welcome back. But what if it's something important, something relevant to the case?
That's...
Alright, I won't read it. Jesus Christ. My goodness. Get out of here, Susato.
Poor Kazuma-sama.
I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important?
That's... Oh dear, that won't do.
Who, you? Sorry, I can't deal with this. What's the matter, Susato-san?
Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused, I forgot to look around properly.
Ah, yes, that's not good.
Don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san?
See, that's what I was trying to do just now.
I'm sure you're careful to look around using the left and right buttons, aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin.
Susato listened to like Kazuma. Ho, back off! Back off! Let's do that. Suppose my field of vision has been rather small. Shut up, man. Let's just go right to left. Seigi, the Japanese word for justice! The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Well, he's not straight, but he's quite true. Straight and true, what? Since when? Kazuma? Nah.
His calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart.
Come on, Naruhodo, we already know you're curious about his I wanna take a look at that Kazuma's katana, you know what I'm saying?
Yet you, can you really look at these letters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully?
Why would I feel shame? I'm pretty sure I was there when he wrote that. Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? His brushstrokes are straight and true, but he was definitely not.
Even though you stowed away on his ship?
He asked me to join him on his journey, okay? Dots. Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. Whammon. What is that? Wait, let me see. Let me take a look at that beautiful, long, beautiful katana. That's my secret, Susato. I always feel shame.
That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it.
Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I've seen that katana and that soul real nice. Someone went soul searching and it wasn't him.
I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to practice on his trip.
I suppose that shows how important it was to him. Now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet.
Dots.
The table's messy. I investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. The table? The fact that the table's been scrubbed out? Okay, what is this crap on the floor? That's my dinner from last night! A roast chicken. What's the chicken? It's really tasty. Is there any left over?
Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here?
No. I'm not a dog, Susato-san. That's for Kazuma only. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how did the plate end up on the floor?
But Kazuma-sama didn't like the chicken at all, did he?
No, that's right. He didn't touch it. So he didn't touch it, which meant all the more for me. Yum.
Oh no, does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent last night on this earth with an empty belly?
can make stupid jokes, so can I. It's just too horrible. Shut up, man. Oh, now I suddenly have guilty conscience and an achy stomach. My achy breaky heart. There's a knife. What about the knife? Ooh, photo. Can I investigate the photograph? Well, I don't want to talk to that dude yet. What's this purple thing on the floor? His belly was filled with some tasty milk. What do you think this is? A broken piece of glass? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing is, it appears to have broken clean in two. Some crud on the floor too. Go back to the tablecloth, okay. The tablecloth didn't give me anything.
The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit.
A kimono outfit? You tell me, look in this room and who's the only one wearing a kimono, ho? Not sure that sounds like Kazuma. Well, he wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? Is it yours?
The mark beside it is. I wonder what is it? It looks like some sort of brick-like hue.
Yes, you're right. It's the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Here?
There's nothing on this table at all. The plates in the cutlery are all on the floor for some reason.
Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute.
What is it?
That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner. We both ate some stuff.
Dots! So then, perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama!
No. Dude, that sailor is listening to everything we say. I don't want to investigate him yet. These are rules of passage for travel abroad for the SS Buria.
It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all the passengers on board.
Passengers must not keep weapons, or dangerous objects, Pets are also strictly forbidden, oh my god. No pets.
So that's a dot.
What? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous
Object or a pet? Armor. I can't decide what I'm gonna do with you. Strangle you first or knock you down? Well, it's one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way.
And what is this? A statue of some god of the sea. Looks like he's fallen over as well.
Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mowed down at once.
I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama this morning doing his sword training. Do you think?
I seriously doubt it.
Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage.
Is it another thinker? Oh no! I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder?
Well, I just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess.
Don't mess around the evidence, Lord. That's what you call arranging? Yeah. Nice.
That's a very large traveling case, isn't it?
Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me.
Memories? What do you mean?
Well, it's actually how I stowed away on this vessel I was brought on board inside that case.
Oh my hell. Ah, yes, I see why this says this way up in Japanese.
Which in hindsight I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read it. I was turned over and over and over. And then I was also on the floor in here.
Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds.
See, you knew it was romantic. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. I want to see the ink. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink.
He must have noted input from the desk when he collapsed on the floor.
On the floor. Since when does Kazuma know Russian?
Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It was almost unbearable to imagine it.
I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments. Was he? Why wouldn't he write in Japanese? Sorry, partner, but I can't read your handwriting.
I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san.
What then? What language is it? Shouldn't we examine the finger of Kazuma? We'll see the picture of the body.
Pains me to admit, but I don't know.
It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Wonder Vision. Ooh, the bed.
It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san?
I think living isn't quite the right description.
Oh no, I suppose not.
I don't think Kazuma wrote the message either. Why would he write in Russian? Why wouldn't he write in Japanese?
Although it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage your own secret hideout.
The trouble was I never knew when a crew member might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. Last night was no exception.
But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin.
No, sadly not.
Toots!
Don't blame me, ho!
This is, yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think.
He would definitely write in Japanese. Oh no, wait, does that mean in this case we get to see Baron von Zix in court? Oh no. What do you mean, contraption? What else do you mean? What do you think she means?
I read about this in a book when I was studying that talked about life in Britain. Large households often have a bell like this, which you can pull to ring a bell. Ring my bell to summon servants.
Really? That sounds almost magical. Ah, magic. Maybe my daughter in the far future will learn it.
Toots!
Dots. Shall we give it a little try? Wanna try? Yes!
In the interest of cultural research, obviously.
Ding dong! Subtle. Ring a ling a ling. Dots.
Toots! I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people.
Susato, stop! Don't do this to us. No, I'm sure that everyone's busy is all. My god. There's a vent. Wait, there's a vent! Are y'all blind? People can come from the vent, you know.
I think there's some sort of opening for a ventilator. A hole so the fresh air can circulate in the cabin.
Isn't that a little odd?
What do you mean?
Well, this ventilator If it's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin.
Yes, it would appear to. You're right.
But if its purpose is to allow fresh air in the room, surely it will be connected to the outside.
Oh.
Ew, I've been breathing other people's air the whole time.
That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way to the inn when the seas are rough or something like that.
I suppose, maybe that's it. What the hell? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Like, where did he come from? What is he doing? What is he doing? What's wrong with him? He has a problem. My dude. My dude. He thought it was a demon's part. Who the hell is that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, he looks like he might be European. Yeah, only Europeans sit like that. Oh god, why?
Oh, how did he?
How did he what? Come in the room or sit like that? You've noticed the man too, have you? Yeah, I wouldn't have noticed, man. I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall.
Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. You really don't know who that is?
Well, no, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all, so I have no idea. Doesn't look like a member of the crew. Something very unusual about him. Is he investigating Kazuma's death, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Your door's on the opposite side of the opposite opposed to HERLOCK.
Well, in that case,
We must talk to him. I really don't want to. I just imagine it, or Susato-san looks almost uncontrollably excited. Oh no. She's slowly becoming Maya. What's wrong with you?
by the way, I expect you know this already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in crosshairs, you can converse with them.
HERLOCK's having a nice time. Alright then, I get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. He sent a WhatsApp message. I wanna sneeze. Okay, sneezed. Oh my god, a doll. Jesus.
Oh, please do.
Oh yeah, I don't want to talk to him. Can I investigate everything else? I'm just gonna ignore the man on the table. Let me just look the other way. The worst stuff, just look the other way, just ignore him. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me. What? I was just wondering how it's going, the investigation, I mean. But grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but is it not true? I see. What? Your grandmother? Sorry? The criminal is asking investigators for information about his crime. Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke.
He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty.
He might have useful information though. Keep trying. So last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Thoughts? Niet! Of course not! Now back to the corner of the room and make silent. You look like Reiner from Attack on Titan. Doesn't he look like an Attack on Titan character? I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. You freaking Russians. Just kidding. It's the game, not me.
When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, the bolt had been firmly closed.
Don't let him bite his hand. What do we know so far? Absolutely nothing. Well, sure, HERLOCK is literally on the table, but I'm trying to ignore him for a while. It's quite a small bolt. It's not particularly sturdy, just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there's no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. That's... When she glares at me like that, I feel tense down in my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across the room, from outside the room in a situation like this.
Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader in detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal. They seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. Dots?
When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles up and down my spine. Sad HERLOCK noises. So like, okay, let's see if there's anything else. Just anything else. Just anything else. Anything. Ah, the cow! Yeah, we investigated that. Ooh, yep. Ooh, do I want to talk to him? Susato, sorry to say, I'm kinda scared. Fine. Well, apparently we wanted him to sound like Owen Wilson, right? Excuse me? You know you want to talk to the HERLOCK. Not like this! Wait, how does Owen sound like? Wow! 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 But British! Dots! Excuse me? Do you have a moment? Shh! This is the critical point of my investigation. Dots. Wow. Maybe I should leave him alone. Seems a little unfriendly.
Yes, perhaps that would be for the best.
Oh my hell! Oh! Wow, greetings. Ah! Oh no. What exactly were you do? Well, he is tall. Look, he's over the screen. What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Darts. Jesus, the missed me this jump scare. What is he doing? Oh wow, I see. Fascinating. Sorry, what do you see? I feel like he's looking right through me. Oh yes. Everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceived. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Hello. Sorry, what? And now, whilst venturing through foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well that's true at least.
But how?
How the deuce did I know that? Perhaps. It was really most elementary deduction. Hardly worth explaining.
Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else?
But of course, a great many things. There's no mystery, dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you merciless revolutionary. Go! You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. Go! And when the bereaved occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Thoughts. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, right? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin that fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person that fits the bill.
That's... So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama!
What?
And you're plotting a revolution too! A shameful behavior, Naruto-san. Absolutely wicked!
No, listen. There's no way out. Go! Go! Not again! What's wrong with you?
Now explain yourself. Tell me everything!
This is ridiculous. Game over.
How could you do it?
For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously.
Oh. Sorry. Forgive me.
And as for you, what kind of deduction was that you were saying the first thing that came into your head? Wow, but was I not right? Whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you do find yourself in the most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, baby. Ha! There you have it, you see? What do you make of that, Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed. An observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see? I announce my findings with a bracy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. Ha! I don't think you introduced yourself. Wow, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable HERLOCK Sholmes.
So, it's really you, the actual HERLOCK Sholmes!
The very same, the imitable actual HERLOCK Sholmes. No. It's begun the chaos. Do you know who this man is, Susato-san?
The most famous detective in the world, Naruto-san! Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him.
What planet have I been living on then?
We must ask him what he's deduced.
Everything wrong.
He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure.
Really, why do I feel uneasy about this? So can we move? I'm in handcuffs and under house arrest by the crew, not to mention Susato-san's constant glares. Now the great detective has deduced that I'm some kind of Russian revolutionary. The chances of getting out of this cabin are slim at best. At least for the time being anyway. Perhaps I should see what the detective had to say for himself now. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I'm none other than the one and only HERLOCK Sholmes. I see. You're German? HERLOCK, was it? Shut up, Naruto. No. I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please call me Sherms. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication.
Oh yes, a Rant's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially.
Yes, here is The Adventures of HERLOCK Sherms. So you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Dude, he made a joke of his new name. Your inference is backward. My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in a magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? Must say, thanks to the publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Wow, in this very moment I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really, I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, to me is science, logical reasoning in its purest form.
A science?
Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in the subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. What are you? Apollo Justice? Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All of these are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is without fail the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look at me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn for both observation and deduction, and fail! That is what makes me the one and only HERLOCK Sherms. Right. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow! Mr. Naruto. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in this most cunning hiding place? That's right! It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. HERLOCK Sherms! Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him.
When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open.
I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective HERLOCK Sherms was on board. And the handcuff seems to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruto. Ah! The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. The fact that somebody's dead and the fact that there's somebody in the cupboard. Like what? Animal Crossing, you got the blue goat? Oh sure. Oh, he's popular. He's one of the new ones. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really? 2 facts you say? Mr. Sholmes, tell us please! What 2 facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah yes! First, let us be precise. There's a blue goat. Yeah, his name is Sherb. The 2 facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The 2 facts that I deduced from a momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1! The cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2! The victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, what made you think that the victim was Russian? Shub. Not share. Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. I don't know. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Here to read Google Translate. Dragon! See, wardrobe. To Russian.
Гардероб. Гардероб.
Garderobe! That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Dragon, thank you for the raid. Andreas, thank you for the raid. Happy Snappy, thank you for the raid. Sure looks like a yandere. 6 Burger, thank you for the raid. Holly, thank you for the raid. Disaster Gaming, thank you for the raid. Ow! The nice big hello. Dragon, Aurora Place, thank you for the raid. We are currently speaking to HERLOCK Sholmes, and he thinks that we are a Russian assassin escaping from Asia. Sorry, corrupt. No square, thank you for the raid. Bev, thank you for the nice big HERLOCK. We are speaking to HERLOCK right now. For anyone who just joined, we are playing the Great Ace Attorney now, and we are talking to HERLOCK Sholmes himself. Sometimes we shiny hunt, sometimes we play Animal Crossing, sometimes we draw. Handsome Tommy Ray, Novice, what's up Novice, Nafy? What a dingus, yeah. I already forgot the word or whatever.
Do you really think Kazuma-san would have left a dying message in Russian?
But yeah, we are currently arrested for the suspicion of murdering my best friend, Kazuma. In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head for this young man, Russian. But he's Japanese. Good old HERLOCK. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderobe to be the name of the killer. A certain Robert Gard, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong to not look inside the wardrobe of their list.
Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly.
Quite so! I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is that I'm Russian too? Oh my lord, the puns. I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. Yeah, we're from the same school. If my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of Russian people. No, it's our school uniform. What are you talking about?
Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of Russian people? I have no idea!
Susato, you need to stop listening to him. Susato! I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. Yeah, let me see. Oh, that's my friend! He's the one. He wanted me to thrust evidence into the judge's mouth or something. This. How's the stream going? It's going good. It's already chaotic. For those who missed it, before talking to HERLOCK, he was doing this. So, yeah, this is the kind of person that we're talking to right now. Kazuma's face, yeah. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Wait, no! One of the main characters already got bobbed. Yeah, it's Mia again. His hands curl in a fist. Yeah, it's super toy. Blockstar, thank you for the nice big HERLOCK. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I actually seen him like this. Just go to the other side. Oh, working on that. Yeah.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Hey, what's up, 5? You remind me of somebody, but I don't know who. Oh, yes. Thank you. Rigor mortis means we might have to break his hands, though. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that? Oh, wow! The training of reasoning has led me to the truth. It's a mystery. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, what do you think? The way it says. Certainly, if that interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian! I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your deduction before? Things you concluded about me, I mean. Wow, now the famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Oh yes, the more sordid details. It was fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik! Villain? His name is Villain! Villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Wait, this what's this freaking hoe? What's her name? Brett. Giselle Brett went to Shanghai. His name is Villain. You think that's me? Bruh, you're looking at the wrong photo. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday. Last night the young Russian was murdered. So many pun names. Since when was Kazuma a Russian?
It sounds like Mr. Sholmes was concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor.
Just because you ever heard of a polyglot? It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him escape that his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, Villain Bolshevik! No, but how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Wow, you are fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway.
What about the other details? The 16 victims, assassination, and blowing up the Crystal Tower.
Oh wow! The journalist interviewed the man and printed all his particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated so thus far and those he's plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake.
Do revolutionaries usually agree to do interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder?
Hello, maybe someone needs to thrust a magnifying glass in the honey hole. Ow! And what about the part that you said I was returning from Afghanistan? Oh yeah, he said that. I forgot. Also, quite clearly stated here in the article, Bolshevik is recently returned from a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is that? That's okay. This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself. As a little memento as this great deduction. Oh, thanks. I've absorbed all that's interesting me within this page, so I see no rubbish bin. But I see no rubbish bin nearby. So you give it to me, the rubbish bin. Thanks. And you may find the article on the back page interest as well. On the back. Cast your eyes over if interest takes you, though it may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. Couldn't hope to read it. Suppose he wouldn't have just to glance at the article. Maybe there's some picture or two. Okay. Shall we look at it? Magnifying glass. Okay. So here's the newspaper. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. Oh,
I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian.
no, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair you flounder is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front of the page is this newspaper concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia from via Shanghai. Yes, he told us about that before. And it reveals also that those who see the man's beard with his own eyes never live to tell the tale.
Oh my goodness! He is fearsome.
Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, right? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises the beard to that degree, he need to only to shave it off.
I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes.
So the back is it? Ah! That hoe! She's here! Wait, is that her? This has to be Giselle. She's a ballerina. She's Swan Lake. She's a swan. That's her. That's freaking her. This is interesting. We didn't see her eyes last time.
Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san?
Well, no. I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. Why? Because it's a pretty lady.
I can't read a single word, I'm afraid.
No, no can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful Russian princess, do you think?
She's very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, don't you?
I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah! Wow. I'm glad you noticed this article. What? She's here? Is that her? Ah! Wow. Need to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thanks. He pops up everywhere. This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I mean, HERLOCK Holmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of Novavik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. That has to be Giselle Brand, right? She's a Swan Lake ballerina. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She's, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? I don't know. Look at yourself. It would appear this woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from a dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles?
I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be unbelievable sum of money.
Susato-san's eyes are shine like a diamond. The tiara is property of Novavik's valet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've quite requested international assistance in all ports with sailings to Great Britain.
Could this be another case of Russian fleeing his or her country?
Does seem to be the Russian thing to do. They're rushing to get out of the country.
I'm not even gonna dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo.
Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma! Ah yes, the victim. Doesn't sound like a Russian name to me.
Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all?
Observe, for a moment, the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think you should read his private writings. He could upset people. Tragic! It is something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Believe it or not, I know a small smattering of Japanese, do you? Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Tots. Susato-san, aren't you going to throw the detective with your trademark takedowns?
I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean?
Life is so unfair. She put me upside down for reading that. Anyway, to return the matter of him, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author was cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of this writing? Pray be precise to its details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Which means sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. Oh, my dude, I'm so impressed with your Japanese. But this diary is littered with complicated looking characters with which I can precisely read none. Oh, Josh. A member for 17 months, dang. Look at him! Ew! I can't deal with this game. What's wrong with you? I can't read Japanese. He got them dad jokes. Okay, he's dying, dude. So what was that showing off before then? But actually,
If you'd be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes.
well, much obliged, my dear madam.
The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of 2 short sentences.
He'd be laughing like the samurai warriors. He's, ow!
The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound.
A whistling sound. Wow, these are very deep waters. Pray go on.
The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Speckled band? What on earth does that mean?
I've no idea. Never heard the expression before.
The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice on that wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. You don't think the criminal came from there? So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least.
Do you have somewhere to go?
As it happens, the victim's writing in his diaries may have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold.
Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to?
Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds revel at the stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? Why? A simple glance at your wrist would reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. Dots. You must be joking! You just said it only a moment ago! Dear me, you're clearly misguided. I've no cause to say such a thing.
Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too.
You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. Oh, I wouldn't have said you were the face of a criminal, you know. No, not really. What do you like, that? So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you were. Well, how did you know I was looking at your knees? Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you were the culprit, you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Jesus Christ. Now he's just being plain rude. What even is happening? And off he goes, having just a laugh in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name.
Naruhodo-san, what are you standing there for?
Huh?
We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well.
Are you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can. He's really asking for some punishment.
After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate?
Just as if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. HERLOCK, you're laughing like that, your head and face are moving like, ow, ow. And he was looking at my knees, so I think we should still have some investigation to finish off here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip the next door.
Good idea.
This situation doesn't look good for me, but there's still things I can do to help myself. I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. What do you do in this game? You investigate and find criminals? Is that...
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh no, it's just that crewman standing there by the door. Can't help but feeling like I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir? Hello?
Yes, what can I do for you? Oh, I wonder who that is. Dude, what are you doing? That's Satoru Hosonaga from last time. Dots. I recognize that face, but it can't be. It is!
I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga.
Oh my god. You. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped.
Nearly stopped, I hope.
What? Oh, I received some special orders to go undercover as a crew member of this, as a member of this crew and board the ship. Again?
You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector.
If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. Perhaps this presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? What are you doing this game? Well, I'm gonna do during this game. Ow! Ow! What?
Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew?
Dots. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asoki-san's bodyguard. It was the Minister of Justice, Jigoku. The Minister of Justice is named Jigoku? Who pushed this overseas study tour to go ahead. You might have missed it or mistaken, but was there a cutscene where we heard HERLOCK speak? Oh yeah, there was a cutscene. Do you want me to play the cutscene? I can play the cutscene where HERLOCK spoke. Who doesn't love a man with glasses and a uniform? Oh yeah, and when he coughs blood, I love that. He entrusted me with ensuring Asogi-san's reach Great Britain without being assassinated. What? Assassinated? But how could that be even a possibility? Another sailor you must slap? I'm not sure. He's the inspector from the last case, the waiter. These complicated times, there are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Rewind and the cutscene back for research purposes. Minister Jikoku said we to be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated?
Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew.
I see.
I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we were on board, from morning until night, every day. Whoa. Wait, so you saw me and Kazuma? Never mind. You forgot about him. But I never imagined it would happen here inside his own cabin, not on the first class deck. Oh, my deck!
That's...
I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm disgraced! All I can do is humbly apologize. No, if I were Nobunaga, you would seppuku yourself right now. Just kidding. Inspector. So if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word! Can you uncuff me? We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not!
We really like to investigate the cabin next door.
Yes. So we need to be allowed out of this cabin. Oh, out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move even the touch of the handle cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman would surely snap your neck in two. That stormy-looking what now? Yeah, that seaman. The man of the sea, you know what I'm saying? I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now, they think I'm a murderer as well. What did you say? What? The stormy looking what? Oh! It's the game, it's not me! I swear, his name is Dick Gumshoe, it's not me. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm gonna need something persuasive.
What do you mean?
You heard him said it. It's freaking game! If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I lay my life on the line if I had to. I don't see how...
Dots! There may be a way.
What? Really?
Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Mr. Naruto, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession.
Evidence?
It's just the same when you are in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select Present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosanada could use.
Right. You understand why the sailor's wearing glasses now? Oh. He's not good at swallowing the coughs. Evidence that could give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin. Alright, yes. I think I might know what we could use. Let's see if I can present every evidence. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary.
Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary.
Ooh, the music. Strange in what way?
He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band. That is strange. Yes, we're trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it?
You're very astute, Inspector.
The ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Dots! Alright then. And HERLOCK's there. Dots! Oh, sorry. Whoops. Wait, I can see people. Oh. Asogi. Susato 16. Ooh. And HERLOCK. He's 34! Wow! I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you.
Really? You're willing to do that?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the first class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs though. But What about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? 34, that's like perfect for, the rules, you know. What? I'm a man of my word. You need to stop. I promise that you will leave my life on the line, if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asugi-san safe. That is the least I can do. Thank you!
Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. So I can move and we can get out of this cabin.
Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. Okay, before I move, I'm gonna go grab a new drink real quick. I'm thirsty. After all, because I think we're gonna see HERLOCK again. So I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. Okay, back. I got my drink. I'm gonna wear a hat first. I'll put the jacket on later or something. It's so warm. Oh, let's move. Oh, the cabin on the SS Buria, the scene of the crime. The passageway that connects the first class cabin. Nice. Ooh, what the hell's that on the floor? Is that a mousetrap? January 9. Well, finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. This is the most luxurious accommodation?
Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on the study tour by the government. So that's why he's being put up in the first class cabin. Even still, this is twice as large as my accommodation in steerage.
Really? That must be awful. Looks pretty big to me. Who the hell's that? Oh, look over there. There's another crewman keeping watch. He looks enormous. Oh! Look, his legs wide open. Even if he's sitting down. Oh my. Even if he's sitting down. Look at that. He's doing the wop on the chair. Zoom in, please. Oh. Oh, look at that waistline. That shirt's a bit too small, so. Don't focus on the game. No.
The door next to him is the second class accommodation.
Do not. I'm alone.
I suppose he's making sure no one comes in here who shouldn't.
I suppose, like people like in handcuffs. OMG. Oh my.
Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time.
Hey, I've been to a different toy shop, okay? Those are very nice looking toys at the back. Oh, it's a ship map. Whoops. Takes a screenshot. Oh!
I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already.
Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk. Oh, when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It's just trapped me.
It must have been a very trying time for you.
Don't give me that pity, Luke. Luke. Right. Well, I don't talk to that guy yet. I don't want to go in there either. What's that on the floor?
Ah, a trap for catching mice.
Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait.
Let me see. Yes, I think that's what they call cheese. It's made from the milk of cows.
Cheese? Wonder what that tastes like. Should I grab it from the floor?
You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap was snapshot on your fingers.
Really, but... I suppose you're right.
You weren't actually going to try it, were you?
All I had to eat for the past couple of days is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. All I had was Kazuma's leftovers and Kazuma. Like, you know, it's hard life. At least I get a drink too, so what? Tommy wants to touch it, but ow.
For you, I'll find a little snack for you later.
You shut your mouth. Fire alarm. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? What part of that is a pleasing shape? It has the... What the hell is wrong with you? He was in the closet. Oh, yeah. Cheese is made from the milk of cows? No way. Good job. Yeah, it's a pretty good thing. It's a good thing you're pretty.
That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it.
Oh, an alarm. Thought it was something else.
It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop.
Oh, this is... I had to... What are you
Naruto-san, you mustn't touch it!
But it's an emergency situation. Just look at his handcuffs.
You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation.
I wish everything would just stop. Just the ship included. Naruto!
If you have to do something so foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect everyone else.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, lady. This looks like a plan of the SS Borea. It shows each deck too. Look at that deck.
The Borea is a large-scale steamship with a triple skinned hull.
Whoa. So it's a skinned one?
What a marvel of engineering!
Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, but how is actually how is such a huge lump of metal just doesn't sink to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruto-san.
It is.
Well, consider the Japanese archipelago.
The islands of Japan.
Yes, they're not metal, but they're enormous lumps of earth, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them.
Well, I suppose so. But God made them. The deities, you know. I don't think a deity made this shit. Today's ice cream sandwich day. Ow. You're looking alright. There's a huge book on the top of the table there. And there's a pen next to it. Pen 15.
Yes, that looks like the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through?
Dot.
The dots.
The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded.
You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting.
Dots.
And nothing. No reaction at all. Thought he might appreciate the compliment.
I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruto-san. Not even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank.
Presumably that means there was nothing to report.
Dots. That's the way to the second class area of the ship.
Dots.
Is something wrong?
I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me.
Might be wrong, but I think you're an idiot. The moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead.
Dots.
Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there.
About shooting me dead on a seaman. No, I started it by talking about running away. Did you just say it again? What? Ow, why? There's no way I could run while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Should we talk to that seaman? Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer! Oh, you little stowaway murderer! It sounds like, yo, Dustin! That wasn't a very good start, was it?
Alright, let me try instead. Konnichiwa! Mr. Sailor! Sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask you something?
Girl, cannot blame her. You little third-class lady maid! Rude! We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I'm not a sailor! My mother gave me a name! I am senior crewman, Beef Stroganoff! Yes! Yum! Want some of that beef? Oh yeah, my favorite kind of beef. Lamau. What even? Well, the best thing to avoid eye contact, I think. Sup, beef? Beef stroganoff. What extra? The names in this game are the best. Mr. Stroganoff. About this first class cabin area. This game is so I can't even. Somebody go order some beef stroganoff first. Here we are find a spot of your steamship for very important person. What sort of important persons? Government officials, kings, queens, travelers, secret, many important persons. That is why I'm going to this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway aside. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean, but stroganoff is not an animal. Thank you.
If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asugi's currently occupied?
You'll be keeping the stream up, and especially for beef. Oh, the seaman. Ow. Yeah! Susato-san, did you understand that?
It sounded like da! Think it's probably Russian for yes or no.
That's genius. This face is the candy can flavor. It is not permitted to visit our cabin without an invitation. God. Well, it sounds like there's somebody in next door, the cabin at least.
Yes, it's tantalizing.
Who writes these dialogues? Janet Sue. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asugi? God! His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He's very important Western gentleman. Grimsby? Or Grimsby? Roylott? What? A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of the student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly students from insignificant Far East Islands. You rude. How dare you? That was harsh.
Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard?
George, this is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there was anyone there.
Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first class cabins, he must be rather important. Isn't it right?
George, that is not your business. Are you and watch here all the time? Seaman Stroganoff? They know what they're doing, right? By using that term. They know what they're saying, right? All the time, so criminal like you cannot come in or get out.
I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
George, it is said about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? George, of course. Yeah, he wasn't. Did you notice anything at all at the time? Anything unusual? George! Nyet! Susato-san, did you understand that?
It was clearly a no!
That's not nothing unusual, nothing at all! And you didn't hear any strange noises? Or sense anything was wrong in some way? Beef? Seaman Stroganoff. Oh, what? Yeah, I said no! Sorry! Not so sure. Could have sworn that he couldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough! I cannot say more now! Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Oh, yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area, steering lock, no jump. You really had to zoom in. You cannot keep a straight face here anymore. What straight face is when? Nothing straight about this game. That's enough, boy. You just started. You're scared when the lobster whistles on the top of the mountain. Or as the English say, when the pigs fly. Yeah. I'm not English though. I'm Japanese.
Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we?
Definitely. Oh yeah. That book on the top of the table was really huge. It's a pen too.
Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through it? We already read this. Should I call Matt? Yo! Oh, it's a Sean. It's a Sean. Thank you for the raid. Did you get the whale? You're so glad Ace Attorney's back. You missed all this chaos, right? Thank you. Good. Thank you for the raid, mine. Thank you for the raid, Gusta. Thank you for the raid. Yo. Thank you. How's you doing? How was the storm? We are in the chaos, and we just met with Seaman Beef Stroganoff. Yup, that's his name. Beef Stroganoff. No whale sucker, no. Well. Doing stuff later. We're gonna make stuff and make some burgers. Ooh. Well, how is everyone doing? We are currently investigating. We are on suspicion of the murder of our best friend. And we just talked to Mr. Beef Stroganoff, who is a seaman. He's a seaman. He's a man of the sea. You know. Kieran, what's up, Kieran? Welcome to the stream. Make sure to like the stream. So we read that dialogue already. You can hear Maya running in the direction of Brett's home. Yeah, she's out for the burgers. The burgers. So which is our door? First class cabin, number 1. Yes, that's our cabin.
Not our cabin. It's Mr. Kazua's.
Sorry.
Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin.
You know how to make a stairway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Good, how are you? I'm doing good, just chilling. Just enjoying the craziness of this game. It's already chaotic. For those who missed it, we met HERLOCK Sholmes, and literally the first thing we saw was him doing this. I can't get this out of my head. I can't believe he was doing this.
These cabins are the finest on the ships. My own cabin in steerage number 539, by the way.
500 and... How many cabins are there? So now we're trying to investigate the second room. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. HERLOCK is in there, right?
Ah yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speck of pain.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve this particular mystery. Let's ask! A knock knock knock! dots.
No answer. We're out of luck, it seems.
Try again!
There's no one there to help our inquiries.
How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched
scream. It must have been a woman.
Oh my god, the music! Is this music but like with an orchestra? Stand aside! Oh. Wow, stand aside! I'm about to break the door down!
Mr. Sholmes!
I shan't be stopped! When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges!
Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes! The door doesn't appear to be bolted.
It doesn't? Then how the deuce do I dispatch this muscular urge? What pray can I kick? I think we should just go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. The dramatic music. Huh! What the? Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. Why are you holding a pair of scissors? Oh, woman, don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. Looks exactly the same as the other one. True, this old man does appear to be the only person here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out! All of you! Now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott? Yes, that's me! And you are? I'm the only, one and only, the actual HERLOCK Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No! I'm the great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the cover of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. Ew, his face. Look at that face. The man uses magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. I wasn't a lady, I'm a Naruhodo. You freaking hit me that. There's a month left for your trip now. So I might be supposed to ask you to open that small traveling case. What? Don't be stupid! How could anyone fit in that small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk? Oh, don't look at me. Don't you freaking Sherlock, though. HERLOCK.
Oh, my, did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, the case just shook. It was shooketh. Leave! No! Otherwise I'll call the steward. So this Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something.
I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before the burly sailor returns.
What are you doing? Stop! Oh my... HERLOCK! Stop it right now! Stop with your nonsense, please! What are you doing? HERLOCK! Dude, my dude, what the hell? Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? Sit on the bed at least, my god. It's gonna be 3 weeks. You won't be able to watch the streams for a while in September. That's alright. HERLOCK, stop. At least you get to see the nonsense here first. You need to only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? You can tell me in the closet key. Oh! Why, I was resting! There's a bed!
Resting?
Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the water while waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection or into service.
Ah!
It would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Not really. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. Do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course, dude, this game. No. It should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? You put the camera as well. Oh, we need the footage for the OnlyFans. Oh. Would you like to witness it?
Oh, yes, please.
Well then, what you are about to see may as well astound you. For I'm about to apply my great detective greatly and my deduction to the case. So he's gonna start dancing. Nice. Let me put my glove on. Just for him. Just for you. HERLOCK. Got my glove. Wow. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time it occurs to me, this fellow dubious on account of his Russianness. This game is just a game, guys. Is this fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone.
That's right, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially at first meeting, but I once read.
You thought I was the revolutionary Russian when this dude looks like that guy? When this dude be looking like the dude in the newspaper for a little bit? Wait, let me retie my hair. I can't breathe. My brain. Time to eat some shrimp tacos. Let's see what HERLOCK does next. What nonsense does he pull off this time?
I know this man's beard and dark glasses. I had to ignore, especially on first meeting. But I once read, it is capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It's based bias the judgment.
Shh! I must have complete silence! Dots. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Just as I thought. I made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I've reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What? What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the other conclusion I've drawn. You're, this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with the nervous tension as you realize you've been discovered, does it not? Oh!
Naruhodo-san! I never imagined a witness of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes!
That was a great deduction.
Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes! In a single glance, he did this all there is to know about the person.
You got to go burp. What? What ineffable twaddle!
Oh yes, I read about it countless times in the adventures of HERLOCK Sholmes, and now I experience the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. It's like a dream come true.
You're such a fangirl. What's wrong with you? I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. Let's review from the trailer. Oh yeah, the Russian lead. Tried to blow my nose. Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I do cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through the deductions together. Yes! The great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Old man's identity. Conclusion. Oh. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could we possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using those shears to cut away that copious beard you sport. Now moving on. The question is begged is this. Why would you desire to get rid of yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Go! Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, this fascinating front page article, in which it would appear you also have read, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, "Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai." Whoa! As you fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before you gave it away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. Not that I heard of you myself, you understand. A revolutionary on the run. Topic 2. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Go! And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Oh! I assure you, your eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly more than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crimes is before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents be laid bare. No, I refuse! What could possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps? One slight enough to fit therein. What are you talking about? Don't be absurd! And what, pray, would the identity of young lady traveling in the case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? You callous Coupe Doyle betrays you. Once again, we need to follow your further plans to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can be equally found in the front pages of this newspaper. For there's another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, renowned prima ballerina of Novak Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us but to one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Kidnapping of young ballerina. This is very elaborate, my dude. Thus concludes HERLOCK Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky. Wow, that was a lot. Dots. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it?
Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different from how...
Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment? Wow, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions, would you mind? Not at all, go on. Well, to start with, that's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but... the two men look nothing like each other. Oh yes, I recall our discussion earlier. At the time, I believe I told you. That the man is a revolutionary, able to revolutionize his own appearance.
In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott looks more like this man than you do.
That's not the point. And another thing about the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old into that case, even if you push real hard.
I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she?
You mean you don't know? The young lady is 15? No, I didn't know. How could I?
Well, if she's 15, 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case.
Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote lithness in their bodies. Vinegar. For such a sour bunch, it would be simplicity itself to contort oneself to confined in a small case.
Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
This whole thing is turning into a circus. Don't say that. Do not say that this place is turning into a circus. I don't want to deal with any more circuses. Hell to the no, you know what I'm saying? No thanks to a circus, nuh-uh. What circus?
Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic seems a little off.
Your idea of a little is maybe a little off itself, Mr. Sato.
It's just 1 or 2 keywords in his deductions that lay him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
Switch some keywords in his deductions?
Yes, very tactfully. I'm sure if we could do that, we could unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought that I was going through my own mind. This man, just a lot of work. At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Oh, and you, my good fellow. Sorry. Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Oh! I've been handcuffed! What?
Where are your handcuffs?
How? What? How? I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it.
Mr. Sholmes, you're a marvel!
And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrist when we're finished. Oh, when we're finished? I'm not worried, in fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, wow, let us begin. HERLOCK Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh yeah, course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. The dubious looking Russian Mr. Roylott. Obviously, what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using those shears to cut away the copious beauty spot.
I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard?
I doubt that's something I'd ever have to worry about. Doesn't quite sit right well with me though.
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either.
Which means, I suppose, the deduction is wrong.
Let's try to switch a keyword here, Mr. Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps.
Alright, but how?
I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott.
I wonder if it's really his beard he intended to use on the shears on.
Exactly! If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of HERLOCK, Mr. Sholmes' deduction better,
Then what?
then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san.
Why am I the only one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could do to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really gonna use those enormous shears for? You were on the verge of... Coat buttons... Ah! His golden locks! I wonder what he was trying to cut.
Yes!
Yes! Ooh! Naruhodo, stop! You are on the verge of using those shears to cut away the golden locks you spot. Indeed! Wow! You've identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Yeah, sure. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. Go! You're not a man at all. You're a woman, judging from the length and sheen of your hair. One still very much in her youth. Oh no!
If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected.
The question then begs is this: why would you desire to get rid of your magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Go! I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence reveals your identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you?
That's...
What? Why are you staring at me like that?
Yes, it was a surprise. Naruhodo-san, you're enjoying this, aren't you?
Sorry?
You look like you're in element as you dance around the room, deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes.
I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun. What are you talking about? This is strictly business. Strictly.
Yes, I understand. Say no more. Yeah, sure.
Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now.
No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. Suppose it's because the deduction has taken as a whole has taken a different direction now.
It has taken a different direction now.
Yes.
Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we understand them.
For some reason, this woman needed to try and hide her true identity. Feel as though as I've read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. Wow, that's right, you hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of Novavik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we're finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of Novavik Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Oh jeez. Oh my god. Nuts! Oh no. Oh my. Oh my. Hello. Oh. Oh yeah.
You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone.
Solved. Oh jeez, there's more. Now it's for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime.
Ugh.
And the proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have the propensity to let their eyes stray, you see?
Oh!
And I assure you, your eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than a mouth. Wow, the answer we seek lies in where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. The traveling case. This woman is the ballerina. She's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well.
No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted after all.
In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? Oh, I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. Oh, guess I had to do it. The garden hose with the old man. Yup.
You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Shows? Oh!
Stop it! What? I just lost my boyfriend. I don't need another one. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. She's about to drink some beer. Oh, her crown! Was she about to cut her crown or something?
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by the dancers in the Novavik ballets in the heart. Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, the item is worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft.
Oh no!
Yes, you've left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you.
Ow! Oh! Lord! I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was present from, how do you say, an arm of Russia. It belongs to me.
This girl is only 15 years old. She's a runaway all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely.
Dudes. Alright, I will tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it now. Oh!
Come, let's not be hasty.
What?
There remains one solved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It's reasonable to conclude, therefore, there exists some reason why you wish for it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova?
Oh,
My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case even before I ever laid eyes on them. Yeah, sure. Dear me, we're not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your callous coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we only need to follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to let open your case is written on the books on your shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now.
I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to changing circumstances, don't you?
Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all of this? It's just a wild guess, surely.
Do you think so?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her.
Yes, that's true. But still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. There's a dog inside or something. It must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze is involuntarily drawn.
I agree. That's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden in that case should be revealed by following her glance in the direction of the bookcase. Is the rules, the pets.
Yes!
Boom! Yes! The reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of the passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Wow, inside a case of yours is something forbidden from the carriage of this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item could move on its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case... Oh! Oh! It's the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet! Ah! Oh, first date. I can't do this, HERLOCK. Kazuma just died. Elementary. Oh yeah. So clearly you aren't who you said you were.
No, I am not grievously roilet. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
You're absconded during one of your ballet company's performance in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intended to sever all links of your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave it well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes if you ask me.
I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why when I decided to, how you say, disgust myself, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transform yourself into that questionable old man, I see. Hey, I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw it in the newspaper. Right on the page, there is a picture of me. I was so frightened I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut off all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in hand and...
At that precise moment when you walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door.
Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing?
There's just one more thing I would like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? This. You're right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say any of the crew.
Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night.
Yes, alright, I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, wasn't it something? Mr. Sholmes, great deduction.
It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what, but at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Oh my god. Ah, wow, and one more thing. Oh, yeah, yes? What? Please be a doggo. Observe your wrists. I'm back!
Ah! Your hands are cuffed again.
What? But how? True to my word, I've restored your shackles. When and why?
There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Can't really.
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I had to find out what the speckled band is, what Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was.
Let me see.
Don't touch! You must not touch my things. How do you say? Forbid it.
Okay, fine. Vulgar manners you have. Poking around a young lady's private belongings. Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite! Okay, fine. There's a giant bag there too, which I want to see, but whatever. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast.
The man who died, he was a friend of mine. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night?
Perhaps Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking.
Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps the steam engine exploded. Sherlock, shut up! I mean, hello! Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed that if that happened.
Miss Prabhava, is there anything you can tell us? Thoughts? I don't know.
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I'd done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novavic Ballet. Look who's talking, mister. I put myself in other shelves and closets for my amusement.
Yes, I am traveling to Great Britain and from there I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life.
You wish to forget? A challenging proposition when you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
The tiara is mine, bitch! I needed to leave!
Dots.
I have no money of my own. The Novavic Ballet only give us little food and water. We must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, they would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes. And the crew of this ship, they all been kind to me. They let me come on board and they said I could hide in this cabin.
Dots. If that's indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavova's explanation. To what conundrum? I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle.
Dots?
According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel.
Dots?
However, the SS Borea stopped by no port last night. That poster reminds me of someone. Wait, who? Oh, that is of course. So, how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? This pose? I feel like a lot of people pose like that in Ace Attorney.
Dots? Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
That is not your business, Maya. Oh no. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something.
Dudes. Dudes. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace to the beauty of the stage.
Sorry, what was that?
That is how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And this is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel.
Doors. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Sean once said I can never resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and duty to deduction. Words once said about myself. A quote from the wonderfully extravagant advertisement of the adventures of HERLOCK Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it looks like Miss Pavlova isn't going to tell us what really happened. So the friend you mentioned is inside the traveling case, right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious...
Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison and throw you and your case overboard, no doubt.
Ow!
So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
But what's the pet of your friend? A little puppy? Isn't it?
Maya has that pose too, right?
Dots.
Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Wait, it's not a dog or a rabbit? Oh. It's not a dog?
No, goats.
Wow, you credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may as well ask. I have no idea. Oh, okay. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to misunderstanding the nature of a young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken!
Really?
Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you eat your friends. Okay, I'll remember that. So the puns here are food.
Oh my god.
He be thinking she brought a chicken in the case. Hey, what's up, Eruki? A god! I think he's thinking about his own chicken over there.
No, dots.
Well, it would appear this friend's identity is closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. How you doing, Eruki? Miss Pavlova, about this article. You gonna buy Project Mirai but decided not to?
You look so beautiful, like a fairy. Dots. I'm scared if my picture is in the newspaper. You poor girl.
She's so young, just 15 years old. For her to have run away all by herself, she must have felt very, very alone. Miss Pavlova, about this article. Did you know about this merciless revolutionary already?
No. But when I saw the picture, I couldn't believe it. He looks just like me in my disguise.
Am I the only one here with eyes?
The other man, the one wearing the brown, he's also said so. We said we look the same.
Yes, he says a lot of things. I have a strong feeling that besides you and the great detective, you won't find another soul on this ocean who thinks that any similarity at all.
Mr. Naruto, I will not allow you to speak so ill of Mr. Sholmes.
No, I wouldn't dream of it. We should take a look at this.
Goods. I don't know. Don't know anything. You're frightening the poor girl.
Oh, sorry. This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary.
Yes, he wrote in it last night before he died, something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band. I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But even the ventilator he mentioned joins this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall.
In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? The speckle band the victim mentioned means something to you, or the whistling sound perhaps? Dots. No. I don't know anything.
Yeah, sure. Oh.
Dots.
Oops. Excuse me, Mr. Roylo.
Yes? What?
Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain Crossett at once, please.
Alright, I will come now. Dots.
What?
You must leave now.
Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott.
Get out! The passenger said out! You want me to throw you out? Ugh, it looks like we have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
Ah, man. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. To be continued. Oh my god. What is even going on? Save, of course. I like how I'm not even a lawyer yet. Me, Naruhodo. I'm not a lawyer yet.
I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we managed to find some clues as to what that speckled band might be.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We can never get past the sailor guarding the door.
He's clearly glaring at us as to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
Well, what happened to the great detective friend? Where'd he go?
Oh yes, he's completely disappeared!
When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrist. I really wish we had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. Dots! What? Do you look at that? You want something? Uh-huh. Maybe you want me to throw you out again, huh? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I throw you out, I show you where the lobsters spend the winter, understand? Understand? Maybe I should steer clear of him till he's forgotten my face.
I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. The door leads to the second class area.
Dots. It's locked. Can't open it.
No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape.
Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Can we go through the ventilation? If we can go through the ventilation, that means somebody could go through the ventilation last night. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any clues. Oh yeah, he's in there. Where's Mr. Hosonaga? It looks like they're still investigating in here.
Yes, on the subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed.
What do you mean unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, haven't you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure he's exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Oh, I was like, where is he? Did he get beat up or no? Oh no! Oh, you're back! My dude, Inspector!
What happened to you? Your face!
Please don't worry about it. Jesus Christ, this is abuse! They're just scratches? Dude, you're beat up, bro. My dude. Aren't you a police? What happened? So we weren't allowed out of the room and he disguised as a crew member to talk to the captain to let us out of the room, and I guess he got beat up. By a bear, maybe by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash. He must have decided against throwing me overboard. Someone wants me and do not investigate. Captain is sus. It was nothing really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he lay his life on the line if he had to.
Thanks to your efforts, we know a little bit more about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh!
I bumped into the man claiming to be the great detective a while ago. What? I think his name was something like HERLOCK Sherms. I don't think he was German though. Watch him be actually German. He'd just be clubbier. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found. They censored IZBM. Oh my god. I can see why. Yes, let's do it! What? Nikolina Pavlova! She's in the cabin next door! Yes, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him there. Let me talk to the captain and show you what pummeling overboard is. Oh no. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. No, it doesn't! Oh, how? Angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? People say that about Dahlia and look what she did. Oops, now I definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's little more I can do. Our duty is to make the scene undisturbed. Ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. I'm just keeping watch here, trying to take my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
Ah, there's one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what?
Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
What is this new information you have, Inspector? This Boreas medical officer has finished his examination of the body. Managed to obtain the report. Oh. Kazuma's post-mortem report. Oh no. Man, why did Kazuma have to die? I can't believe this. Of course he did. It's Mia. He's Mia. It's Mia. Wow, I'm not surprised.
Kazuma-sama.
So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae. It's what's written on the report.
His neck was broken?
Holy my god, holy shit. Yes, it would seem so. There was no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first I think they were considering poison. Not again! But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Oh wow. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as of yet. The fact that there's no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong impact to the neck could induce death. It's a possibility, and no obvious wound will be left.
Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. It might be useful. You're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you.
Oh.
After all, if I didn't trust you, I never agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Huh?
That's...
Mr. Hosonaga! Male Far Eastern, sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. At least it was instant. I guess. Victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. Okay. At least he didn't suffer.
Mr. Schultz was here, was he?
Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept on about the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! That's all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. The ink? It was when he was there by the broken glass, you see. Oh. Okay.
Perhaps he was talking about the brick-colored mark, do you think?
Yes, it must be it. But how can Mr. Sholmes know it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. No idea.
Dots.
What is this, Susato-san?
Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan, sort of dark brownish redden.
Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired it for him.
Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? So what about the bell? The bell belongs to you too? That's all I can really tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, they might be for the best. Thank you.
Poor Inspector, you look exhausted.
Oh no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Azuki-san. He was my responsibility. It's alright, dude. I was literally in the room, so, like, it's not your fault.
That's...
Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. I felt the same thing. My head's still throbbing too. These are the rules of passage for the board. Oh, we already read this. By bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules.
She called it a friend, didn't she?
Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes off yet.
I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin.
A friend. It's more to this than it seems, I think. Maybe it's a cat. We didn't decide if it was a cat yet. So it's clear the letters were written in the ink somehow spilled on the floor, and they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe.
It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there.
But to be truly ambiguous, it would have just spelled out my name, don't you think?
Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian.
Which begs the question of who did write it. They wrote it in Russian so that the crewmen can understand. That's why they wrote it in Russian, not Japanese, even though the man who's dead is Japanese. Yo, where did you go? Oh, sorry, just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? It's Seaman, Hosonaga got it. That new Japanese, was it? Later I will roll him in the ball and throw him in a cold room. Well, wow, he's gone for guarding the door.
I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account.
He really has gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival.
That will be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san.
This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing in his diary.
1:23 a.m. I hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like a speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Is the speckled band this? Because the other room had this too. That looks like a speckled band, don't you think? The freaking bell. Because the other room had one too. That looks like a band that's speckled with like stuff. Looking at his writing on here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Did whatever happenings in the other room? Did they put this speckled band here through the shaft to the ventilator, so that whoever's in the other room can't ring the bell for help or something?
Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san.
We will. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin.
Yes, that's right.
And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. A speckled band, as he described it.
If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed half as baffled as we are.
Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything though.
I'm not sure.
I know most people aboard would say the same thing about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me.
That's...
All the books provided for the passengers occupying this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf.
They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember.
Oh yes, you tidied them up, didn't you?
You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage.
The march. It really wasn't me who knocked them over.
Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up.
OCD.
Can't relax when things are untidy. It really is such a beautiful color, this glass.
Looks like whatever it was broken clean in two, but the other half is nowhere to be seen.
And then there's a brick-colored mark.
Which is shoe polish, according to the great detective you seem to know all about.
I suppose it must be from Kazuma-san's shoes.
Maybe, but what I'd like to know is how can a detective be so sure it's shoe polish and not something else?
Because he's a great detective, of course.
There's hardly a reason, is it? Wow.
You drew the characters for this paper sale, didn't you, Naruhodo-san? There's such bold, vivid strokes you make! Oh!
You're looking at a man who came across borders inside the trunk. Those brushstrokes needed to make a statement. If they found me in that wardrobe, those Russians would have hurled me into the freezing cold ocean.
I'm sure none of the crewmen would have done anything like that.
Well, I'm not so sure.
They would have forced you to wash the dishes in the galley until you're done one death door or something.
Wash dishes until I was on death's door? That's a lot of dishes. Keep out, it says. Oh, we can't present anything. Can we move? Oh, we can move. What's that?
Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganoff is gone!
Strong enough?
The burly Russian who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us.
All his Russian names are impossible to remember. Dots. Did you hear that? Sounded like someone singing. I did the great detective. Wait, no, stop, stop, HERLOCK. Stop. This has to stop.
This Caroline, I know that lurk-like voice.
Well, never mind that now, as this is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely before that stringy knot crewman comes back.
It's Stroganoff, not stringy knot.
Is it HERLOCK singing? Wait, the thing's open. The box. And her clothes are there. What? Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things.
There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake.
Dots. Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at the port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get in there.
Really?
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san, by ourselves if we have to.
Dots. Yes, we will.
Naruhodo-san, are you there?
Sorry, I'm right here. Yes. Why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home.
This hole! I must slap her so hard. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump in every wardrobe I see, you know.
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit in this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costume.
I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend Heidi in there, but no such luck. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too.
Yes, a bell cord. I can't resist! A ring-a-ling-a-ling!
She barely hesitated then, gave it a good tug too.
Dots.
Dots.
No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come.
We don't want them to, we're trying to investigate in secret. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open ventilator into another room.
Maybe. So, if that's so, if it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin could notice and raise the alarm.
Or the occupants of both cabins would die of a gas poisoning.
That's a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator.
That...
What about the giant bag? This cabin door has the same simple, sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt draws across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside.
Yes, it's not a particularly heavy bolt door, is it? But still, I wouldn't slide it across of its own accord, would it?
No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside.
And it seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater from coming in.
So you couldn't
use the method you told me of passing a thread through the crack around the closed door either.
You seem to know a lot of tricks from opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Buria's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
I suppose Miss Pavlovas realized she needed to keep her contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean.
I wonder where her friend disappeared to now. She's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine.
I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Oh yes, so do I. All the books have been toppled over together, look. Every single one.
Do you think there's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled over too.
It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door, in Kazuma's cabin.
Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase?
I don't know, would she really be practicing ballet the same night she ran away from her ballet company?
Alright then. It must have been you! You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage?
Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know.
Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again. In here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray.
What did that even do?
Oh my beast!
Is the stream dead? I think we're alive. Okay, we're back. Sorry. Whoops. She was hiding a special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals on board aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now?
I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Shall we have a look inside and see what's been thrown away?
Naruhodo-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know.
Those eyes just looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now.
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly, we have no choice. Dots. There's hardly anything in here at all.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
You're disappointing. There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time now.
It's true. Wonder what kind of book she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian.
Thanks, I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately.
Oh, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here?
What a leak.
Is this ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even a little leak on the roof doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink.
No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she?
It would seem this teapot is empty.
So the natural conclusion that the Russians are very thirsty people. Bruh, what?
Oh, because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night. She hasn't had a chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either.
Dots. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I lay 1,000 to 1 on it.
You're rather obstinate. You know that, Naruhodo-san.
Anything on the floor? We got nothing from this room? Oh my god. What about this? What did you miss? We are just roaming around now. We have access to her room. I must have missed something in her room. So now she's in her room and her pet is missing. Her pet is not here. So we don't know where she went. We don't know where she is or where the pet is. But we managed to sneak in her room. Because sneaking around illegally is my specialty in these games. Haven't I inspected everything? Chair? I've inspected the bowl. I can't present anything. How dare they? There's no one to speak to. Can I go to the second class? Because the Stroganoff man isn't here. I didn't see him here. I didn't look that way. Oh my. This man has to stop, man. What is he doing? I legit didn't know he was here. I did. Okay, whatever. I hate him.
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look.
Wow, you never know when you're gonna turn up next, do you?
He seems to be stealing a look at something he sings to himself.
So he was. We did hear him singing. I guess I should have looked around. La 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 la. I did the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us?
Oh, he's simply in extremely high spirits.
Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky HERLOCK was about. Excuse me. I solved it all, and I stood tall. I did the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Oh! Oh, what is it? You wanna fight? Oh! You wanna fight? You wanna fight? What is he doing? I'm embarrassed. This is secondhand embarrassment. I'm embarrassed. What are you doing? Why you please stop? Please stop everything. Hello. My dude. Yo, you wanna fight? You wanna fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow while he's singing. I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never gonna stop, so I figured that now is as good a time as any. Right, painfully to play on the 3DS. I nearly dropped to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Could you put those fists away? Oh my god, fist me somewhere else. Oh, what? Are we gonna fight a dance? I don't know. This man's got to stop.
Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Well, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily built crewmen who's usually on guard here.
Oh yes, the ship's log.
Did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank, which means there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... No! Pressing the D-pad for a period of time hurts your 3DS. I mean, hurts your thumb. You're truly a student of the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Ha ha ha! Wow. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever you do mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Observe the other pages. All should become clear. It should be the same crewman off stands a sentry in the first class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes?
Nothing to report?
Precisely. To put it simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. And yeah, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Citron Xbox controller it is then.
Do you mean?
Yes. There were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post The sea what? The seaman. The mans of the sea, you know?
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now. But we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it causes Seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbing. Nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Nice. My mind is filthy. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. That was great. That's the best thing I've heard you say the whole day. Wow, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sherms brilliant. Oh! 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 Oh, ouch. Oh! What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, wow, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Why is everybody's head in pain? Is there really a gas leak here or something? My head hurts, your head hurts, the freaking Hosonaga's head hurts. Everybody's head hurts today. There must be some actual gas leak then, or something. Weird. We were joking about that just now. Do you have a headache, Susato? Wow, my friends. Until our next encounter. Oh, bye. He's still saying to himself. I can hear as he wanders down the passageway. So that's... Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just... Well, I feel the same.
Sorry?
Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache.
You too?
Sort of continuous throbbing. Oh!
Oh, you too?
That's...
Oh, the book is gone. Okay, maybe now we can, now if we go in there's something. Ding-a-ling-a-ling! A ding-a-ling-a-ling! Ah! What's that? Shut down the engines immediately! Vessel sighted in a quarter-mile fog! Full stop! Hard starboard! All hands brace for impact! What the?
I think we're about to crash into another ship!
What? Oh no!
I can't stand!
Susato-san, hold on to me! Ah! Oh no! Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all?
I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san.
Looks like we avoided that collision.
I think...
Yes, the ship's come to a stop.
Oh my goodness! What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like...
Inspector Hosonaga.
Stay you in there, Mr. Naruto-san! Unbolt the door quickly! What? The boat? So the boat did slide down. So it did, so there was some kind of, so the ship did like have a steer last night. Okay, okay.
Look at that!
The door's bolted!
Did you do that?
Did you do that, Susato-san?
No, I didn't touch it.
Well, that's strange. How did... And... Look, all the books. They're just like they were before again.
Naruhodo-san, are you going to open the door and let me inspect in?
I better tidy this place up first. A violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is the investigation part 3. Is there gonna be a trial? I'm not a lawyer. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath and gently slid back the bolt. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Oh, you both look hurt. Good. Yes, we were fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we're going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. How did that happen? You don't have eyes? There's a dense fog outside. It's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm. And that's why we made an emergency stop. Huh? Like the alarm outside? Everything is chaos! Passengers are screaming! Crew are running everywhere! This is the first class area. It's the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
Oh, I see.
Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that somebody pressed that button outside?
Ah! You wicked intruder dressed in all black. You're the devil!
Sorry, me. Been called lots of things before, but devil is a first.
You opened my traveling case. How could you?
What? No, we didn't touch it.
That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. It's Becton!
Yes.
Arrest this man. I know he did it. He's a criminal. Is it not enough that he killed a man?
How do you know that I killed him, ho? Duh! This is so as well. Vixen promises not to steal chicken. Do you believe? I'm already in handcuffs.
Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else.
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She's right, you're a devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell?
Please, Inspector Hosonaga. Is there nothing you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible.
This is a real crisis. I gotta find a solution. Immediately! Defense! I just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating.
Don't touch my things!
You haven't shown the crawfish hibernates! What's wrong with you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think you're doing?
Wow, everyone's attacking me. And I was just starting to think she was my friend. Is there anyone who can help me out of this mess? What the hell is he doing? What is wrong with him? Holy my god. But why? But why? Why is he doing that? What the hell is wrong? Look at this man. What is wrong with him? It gets worse and worse every day, every time, every second. My dude. What the? What are you doing up there? Stop! Stop it! What's wrong with him? This guy's a problem. My dudes. My dudes, what are you doing? Mr. Shows! Please stop. Wow, naturally. The crazy is real. I was analyzing the weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't merely tomfoolery, my boy. Oh no. Well, why were you hanging from the hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to do... What's wrong? I don't understand. Wish to determine if it would bend that conceited looking hook on the wall, so full of bragging pounds. The dudes that crown the girls, yeah. Oh, I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Oh, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere else other than a hook on the wall next time. What did you report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Borea, has been solved by me, naturally.
Oh! What?
What? Really? Yes, I've eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanation exists. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Not again. No, you've solved it! Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student born this morning. We found criminal in the wardrobe. This is stowaway. He has handcuffs to prove. I didn't do it! The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means that the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin.
Yes, it was what is called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
Yeah, locked room, that is point!
The room was locked.
Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from the outside of the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door was not a so-called locked room at all.
What?
Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. The vent? Did that hoe bring her whatever pet she had through the vent and freaking smack Kazuma's face? I swear if her pet killed him, I'ma slap her so hard. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, the game's open mouth at you even as we speak. The ventilator man. The ventilator! You think this funny? I cannot even put my arm through the hole. That's because your arms are as thick as the tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through the tiny opening. It's not possible. Wow, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
That's... Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 123, I can hear a faint whistling sound.
So it was a bird or something?
Looks like it was some sort of speckled band. It's dangling.
Speckled band? Does that mean the crown? The tiara? Is that considered a speckled band? The tiara? Maybe he didn't know what a tiara was called. So the pet was wearing, either she or the pet was wearing the freaking tiara? Or something? And some, is that what speckled band means? No way. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is the speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Uh-oh. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cause. Behold! Gah! Gah! What the? What the hell? My dudes. Oh, that's a speckled band. Never mind. There's a freaking snake. Dudes. Where did the snake come from? Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the Speckle Band. A snake, indubitably. Dots? Dots? Where was that? I have no idea. Was that the snake from his pants or something? What's going on?
Dots!
Dots. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, the snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more like stripy, what do you say? Hmm?
Yes, you're right. I think in this case, we had to call it the striped band, wouldn't you?
I still think that it's the crown. I think it's the crown too. I think the whole snake thing is just BS that Sherlock Holmes coming up with. I think it's just BS. I think it's the crown. I think for sure it's the crown. Oh, the snake is the pet. Oh. Maybe is the snake her pet? Bruh. Wow. You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall?
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap?
How exactly? I think perhaps it's time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death is nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me.
There are two conclusions I've drawn from the facts. Number one, last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Number two, the same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life.
No.
She turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asuki. Looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise you as little movement as possible, Seaman. What do you call him? You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. Whoa. So everyone, let us begin. HERLOCK Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Uh-oh, it's time to do that again. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing more to do with me. Nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. He has the right idea but the wrong person, yeah? So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole the victim's cabin in that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah! Wow, was I suspected? Another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend was the writing serpent you see before us. So they're trying to protect each other, they're related, they're brother and sister, they're father and daughter or something. That's why she was allowed on the freaking. Maybe she's her dad. He's blonde and has the same eye color. Maybe that's why she was able to be on the ship without anybody noticing. You know, he knew that it was her cabin in the first place. That's her friend. That's his friend. They were here to assassinate my friend. I don't know. And yeah, the fact leaves us in quandary. The victim's the written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, who is regrettably maybe related, cause she has blonde hair and the same color eyes as this dude. The specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? Was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary. Even now, hidden behind your back. What the hell is that? Just that you're trying to, but failing to conceal, can be the snake's slow skin. What is that? Evidently, that's the speckled band right there. After the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in the cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell or the accord as a bridge, the serpent silently descended in the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to be the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band.
If the snake killed him, who wrote the message, right?
It's obviously the dude. What do you miss? We have HERLOCK Sholmes telling us nonsense, basically. He has an idea, but he's just off.
That's...
In summary, the nature of his friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change as it loses skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. What are you talking about? Holmes being crazy AF. He's just coming up with all this. Oh my god, that's more. How Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. A grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why?
That's
According to the data of which I've been apprised, it would appear there will be no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. There's no signs of poison, you idiot! Now, if we take that as a fact, his neck was broken! We can reasonably imagine there remains evidence affirmed to the scene of the crime.
oh no, could there be?
What do you mean, could there be? As an examination of the deceased body will prove that the death is conclusive. It will prove the death's... Wait, what? Would prove the cause of death conclusively. They're almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Venomous fangs? I believe this man if I knew what was going on before. Yeah, he's talking nonsense. The vestiges of snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend. That's literally those wounds.
This makes no sense!
There's no point in feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the case in the traveling bag. The snake is not venomous too. And there's no external injuries and there's no poison in him. So what the hell is he talking about? When we met in the cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't is telling that the victim made note of the low whistling, that sound he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you used to train your serpent friend.
To train? What the fuck is
Talking about? Is HERLOCK saying she is a snake? Oh, HERLOCK saying is her snake killed the guy. Killed my friend. Cause there's a snake in the room. Indeed, you put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared to not have been dispatched, you release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training?
It's not true!
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature only needed to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. What is he talking about? That's just the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Death by a venomous snake's bite. Man, you're coming out with the nonsense. Thus concludes HERLOCK Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. My dude, what about the bolt? I don't know. Nothing he said made any sense. He could have made less sense. Literally nothing he said was based on any fact ever. He just came out with the most nonsensical BS I ever heard. This is even more nonsensical than the prosecutors. Are we going to trial in this case, by the way? Where's Barok? Leaks, no. Dots. I guess he's in prison. We're not in prison yet. Miss Pavlova trained her snake pet as a killing machine. There, on the floor, do you observe the source of milk? A promise of food is key to training any creature. Incredible! You solved the mystery! Amazing! Your great deduction lives up to this name. See why now HERLOCK Sholmes has become such a household name. We're on a boat, so. My dear man. It was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Do Russian people say that? Susano's like, this is BS. Yeah, we are on a boat. There's no trial.
That's, could I venture an opinion, Mr. Show?
But of course, what's on your mind?
It's just a bunch of deductions before. Something doesn't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both proudly and loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madam. You pretty sure Sholmes is on drugs? Honestly, that's probably what's in those freaking tubes.
And reptiles don't drink milk.
Oh.
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you know. You see? So I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
No matter, no doubt. Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds?
Well, there's something else. Snakes have no ears.
Oh?
Yes, I'm not sure if it would be possible to signal a snake by whistling.
But madam, what of the tales of Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute?
I think perhaps the performers play the music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
There's one other thing.
You have more? Oh my god! What is my life?
Snakes use the scales on their belly to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in the cabin.
Then I should try harder. You're telling the snake should try harder?
Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine a snake could have had a part to play in this.
He's definitely on drugs. Look at him! Oh no. Dots. Dots.
Dudes. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo.
He looks so. Oh no, you don't mean.
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for. Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, right. So, cast your eyes under the wrist again. You still think that the crown, she's the culprit, so yeah? What? Oh, I'm free to dance. You've done it again!
Your handcuffs are gone!
Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see them restored after our work is done. I really wish you leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. The art of deduction. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular, featuring Naruto-san. Miss Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. If she's related to the seaman, she could have asked him to make the turn. I think they're related. Look at them. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. The bolt would lock. Yes, true, yeah, he could have made the turn. He could have pressed the alarm. There's an alarm outside our door. Literally outside the cabin there's an alarm to stop the ship. And they would have to stop. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. You cannot deceive yourself. Yes, that's when you recall those horrid events. Your aching heart smarts with pain. Oh, her hand. Her hand is in pain. Cause there's a alarm outside that stops, that will make the whole ship stop. So they could have stopped the ship, and like they could have killed Asogi. They killed Kazuma and then they pressed the alarm to stop the ship. She does have a pain expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
Please stop talking, HERLOCK. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes read her quite correctly. Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment and really look closely at Miss Pavlova.
Bruh! Also, what the hell? My dude, how did nobody see this?
Oh, Naruto-san, look! Looks like a very painful wound.
Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recent too. It's a cat. That's why they drank milk. It's not the snake. The snake isn't her pet.
Well, whatever. The scratch doesn't appear to be around here.
Yes!
Yes! When you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. So her pet is a cat. That's what I was thinking with the milk. Indeed, a simple observation reveals the wound is fresh.
Oh!
Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night?
Dudes, when I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. Then when I am sad, I feel the pain from this wound is worse. Oh!
And it's this very pain that evidence your next inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole the victim's cabin that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend in which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is breathing the serpent we see before us. No, it's the freaking dude. It seems like the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they?
No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet over which claws may grow.
Well then, if the snake isn't her pet, then what is? What is the true identity of this friend of hers?
We should follow her gaze, Naruto-san. That's where we find the answer.
A picture has a cat in it! The picture has a cat in it! Look! Oh, that's cute. That's a cute picture. The bell! The bell is in the room. The freaking cat bell. That bell is broken in half in the other room. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. It must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
He's exceptionally beautiful, isn't he?
Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a look at this. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here.
Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, grinning Naruhodo-san, for the blackest outfit.
A black kitten? And from the look of this picture at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. Such a cute cat though.
Yes!
Without doubt, your old friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes! The scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear.
Oh
No, no! The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
Oh! Dude, Darka is my best friend.
Arka! Arka! How could you?
I couldn't leave her behind.
Arka, you're a female cat! Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in quandary. The victim's written observations on the night of question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably... Oh, is the thing she's holding like a cat toy? The specimen markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? There was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night. Or does the cat wear a scarf or something? Arka's a girl. Darka, a Russian blue is your favorite type of cat?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with this.
Oh, but it does! You have the answer to this quandary. Hidden behind your back. Is that a cat toy or is that like a cat scarf or something? Yes, which you're trying but failing to conceal can only be a snake's slow skin.
Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back.
Why would she take it out of her pocket? If she's trying to hide it. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have known it. Exactly, Naruto! See what you're saying.
Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Shone's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
I thought deduction was his specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too.
Anyway, I find it hard to believe there's a skin of a snake.
In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? The bluish grey fur that shines blue in the light, they tend to have emerald eyes. Ooh. Sorry, I'm gonna look at her butt real quick. It is a cat toy! Look at that. Ooh. Look at the drama. Oh. Your baby Rosa used to have those traits. Crossbreed Russian blue have yellow eyes though.
Yes!
No, wait, what? No, I wanted to show like a cat toy.
Don't think there's any room for doubt.
No, in a sense it isn't. She's clearly concealing whatever's behind her back. Oh, we need to look closer. Okay, we need to examine first. Well, it's speckled and it's a band, but before we had to give it away to some friends, he got picked up by some lady. You haven't seen him since? No. What is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. That looks like a handle at one end.
Thinking maybe a cast toy. This is such as common in the West apparently.
How is that a toy for cats?
Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it.
Ah, that sounds possibly adorable. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Yes!
Boom! Yes! The thing you're trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. He's an explorer, he went out. They probably thought he was a stray. Did he not have a collar or anything? Precisely! The true nature of the now infamous speckled band.
Oh!
And it was this toy that you dingle-dangle through the ventilator. You waved it around and presume, naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. You take them off if they gave him one. Oh. After the feline friend disappeared through the ventilator in the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled toys to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend is Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime. It's a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Daka.
Oh!
He took his collar off, then months later he brought it back. It was rusted, dang. A truly fearsome feline. Young Daka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You'll forgive us by borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. He's a gentle giant.
It was after I gave her food last night. That was when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared into the ventilator.
Troublesome, not fearsome. Or whatever.
Darka, she's so naughty!
How Mr. Asogi died. Jesus. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. He was still back at it, no. How did this young man lose his life? And why?
That's...
According to the data of which I've been apprised, it appeared to be no visible signs of injury.
Ah!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What?
What Mr. Shaw says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma's body.
We're all just like, please, Herlock. That's right, but Mr. Sholmes also seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned.
Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now!
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Wait, honestly, can we investigate the ship's log? Beef stroganoff. Beef stroganoff name is on the report. Okay. Oh yes, I knew it's one of the other. Rubbish.
The girl? His neck was...
Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only the Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury's out. Anyway, we've got a good authority on that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact...
We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could there be?
Examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death. Is the bell or something, right? Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone.
Yes, that is a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found though.
Presumably Daka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow.
I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. Could have been a terrible act of misfortune that broke his neck completely by accident.
If this was an accident, I'm gonna slap somebody. I'm gonna strangle someone so hard if this was an accident and he died. A bad fall could explain it. That is so sad.
It's rather hard to believe for Kazuma-sama though.
Yeah, the sword guy died. There's no way he fell by there's no way the ship stopped and it was an accident.
He wasn't a clumsy man.
We need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? The bell, I guess? They made a bad turn that could happen. That would be so... I would be upset if it was an accident and that happened. That's kind of lame.
Yes!
Yes! An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Well, indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, dye were my results. Deny undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the shoe polish is a perfect match to Mr. Asogi's lace leather shoes.
Go!
Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at the point on the floor and tripped.
Please no.
And by a dreadful misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, victim's vertebrae shattered, and in an instant he lost his life.
No!
Are they really making Kazuma's death an accident because he tripped over a cat? That's so stupid! That is so stupid to kill him like that! There's no way that's true. This is all just a lie. This is all BS. That freaking Stroganoff guy killed him. Do not tell me he tripped over her cat, so he died. And they didn't want her to be blamed because it's her cat. So they put the wardrobe as his dying message. That's so stupid to kill him like that. He did not die from tripping over a cat. That's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I've never heard anyone die dumber in the games than this. They can't do this to Kazuma. Kazuma doesn't deserve this. Wasn't he assassinated? What about that? Denial.
I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? I just think that's so stupid. If this is all the real reason why he's dead. If that's the real reason why our best friend is dead. Because he tripped over a cat in a game where the case 1 was literally a poison. Case 1 was literally a poison that was not detectable in the country. Tripping over a cat and snapping his neck is the dumbest death I've ever heard in the entire franchise. There's no way that's true. They can't do that to one of the main characters. What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts as clear as day to me. Or you did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. Now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. Snap neck, cause he broke his neck. There's no external injuries, but his neck is broken.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more.
That can't be true. I refuse to listen to it. Isn't that stupid, Susato? Isn't that the dumbest thing you ever heard in your life? You tell, like, there's no way. One of the biggest things in the first case, Kazuma, the main character, the best friend, the guy who encouraged me to be a lawyer, he stole away me on this ship. There's reason to believe that someone was after him and wants to assassinate him. There is no way his real cause of death is a cat. There's and then just because it's a cat, they put a dying message in Russian. Nah, bro. That's stupid. That's dumb. Okay, not in a game like this. Not in Ace Attorney. Maybe in real life, yes, maybe people die in a stupid way, but not in Ace Attorney. Not in a game where we discovered that a British lady came to our country, killed a doctor with a poison that's not detectable in our country, and she left for the Shanghai. That's the dog. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that would happen. But this is so dumb! If it's part of Mr. Shom's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. The katana, he has a saying that a man's katana is his soul or something. That would prove it. She had a life spawn on it. Yeah, there's no way that case 1 is so crazy and case 2 would have like one of the stupidest things I ever heard in my life. When it comes to Ace Attorney deaths. Like, we've had people hang themselves in this game. Like, there's no way. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction she casts her eyes.
Where, I wonder?
Let's have a good look around. The answer must be somewhere. The cat. The bin.
Yes!
No. Hey, what's up, Stone? Sorry, I've lost my train of thought because I'm too distracted by how dumb it would be if the real reason he died is he tripped over a cat and he fell down. Like, not even fell down a building or anything, fall down the ship, get karate chop. Nah. The cat came in the room, walked in the room where he can see the cat. You can see a cat. It moves. The cat didn't trip the man, okay?
It just seems so unlike Kazuma-sama to stumble carelessly and fall to his death.
Over a cat. Like, for a game with the most insane deaths, that's the most insane thing. Such a simple thing. It's insane. What's up, Stone? How you doing? I'm too distracted by how ridiculous it sounds. Wait, what are we looking for? That ties you to the victim's death. The tiara. She can't hide. Wait. What has she been trying to hide? The tiara?
Yes!
No. Dang. I don't know. I don't know what she's trying to hide. I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. You read about Mrs. Brett the other day? Apparently the hair is based on fashion. Those hairs were popular. Extinction and pursuit of fashion. So popular, but almost went extinct. Oops. What did he say? A feeling that here in this cabin links. Oh, it links her to the mark. Oh.
This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first class cabins have them.
But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. There's something inside. There's probably not much rubbish in there. Oh, nice, a bell! Ah! What's that? Didn't we investigate the dustbin just now or something?
It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind playing simple tricks on you.
What? I can't. Can I use it? Can I say it? Can I say it now? Do I present it now? Now that I've seen the dustbin, because I can't present the bell. Somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here.
It hasn't been dropped, Naruhoto-san. It's been placed.
Starting to sound like Mr. Shows. Do I present the dustbin now?
Yes!
Okay. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the waste paper basket. Now examining the bell just gives me a photo of the bell, I think. Ah! Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object. It would seem one has familiar air, in fact. Precisely! We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin! That was confusing. As you can see, the two pieces fit together. Oh no! So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be this part of the glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should found in the waste paper basket of your cabin?
Oh!
You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not?
Don't! I don't!
I don't know, that harsh Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, girl! Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova to the little glass bell, that would be literally the picture of her with the cat in the glass bell inside.
Yes!
Yes! If you look at his photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from the darkest color, The very glass bell in question. This gal's getting heart attacks.
Oh,
The truth has been caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after truly an inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your cat! Doctor!
oh! Dots! Dots! I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Death by tripping over a cat. That's so stupid. I've never heard anything dumber. I cannot accept this as his death. No way. No way. There's no way he died from a freaking cat. By tripping. Not, he accidentally fell into an empty pool. He hung himself. He stabbed himself by accident. Not he was going on a mission and he was assassinated by the Russian people because he was gonna be a spy or something, because the government was so into bringing him to Britain so that he could be a study there. Then the Russian people were like, no, a cat. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
Dots.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I haven't had time to feed Darka. I gave her some food. Then all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator so I could stop her. Before I could stop her.
That is how you acquired the nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it.
Yes.
See, what it could be is someone was already trying to kill him, okay? He was already dead when the cat was inside, okay? He didn't trip over the cat. The freaking beef stroganoff, he went there, pop, pop, kill Asogi, Kazuma. He killed Kazuma, you know? And then the cat went inside. That's why there's Russian words on the thing. Because like, if he tripped over the cat, who the hell wrote the dying message? You know what I'm saying? There's still the question of the dying message. Who the hell wrote the dying message in Russian so that the Russian crew could understand to find me in the cupboard? If he tripped over a cat, that he must have died from something else, from the Russian dude. And the door was locked. So, like, I think that this cat thing is just like an extra thing to hide his true death, or some. That what was the whistle? Someone whistled. Someone was on the other side of the room. Whistle. Beep, 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 oh, cat, come here. You know. I think that he was already no, because he wrote down he heard a whistling, so maybe the whistle was from outside, and then he saw the speckled band, which means the cat was already in the room, so he should have known that the cat was in the room when he was alive, you know. You're telling me the cat ran around, he was like, oh my god, what to do with this cat? Ouch! And then he died? Nah. I refuse to accept this.
The rules on the wall. I knew Darka would not allow Darka with me.
Yes, modern science suggests animals can carry infectious disease. It's a precaution, really.
So I listened, trying to hear if there was someone noise in the next cabin. was very quiet, I assure. If someone was there, he must be sleeping. So
So at that point, you thought it was safe to try and lure the kitten back. Maybe he was already dead. Darka, what a silly name for a kitten. She probably tried to use the... Yeah, she used it, so for her, in her situation, her cat, for whatever reason, because not used to the environment, whatever, ran into the other room. And she's like, oh my god, holy I gotta get the cat back. She climbs on top, she dingle dangles the cat toy, trying to get the cat back. She doesn't hear anything from the other room, so he's either already dead. But he's not dead because he saw the dingle dangle. He saw the dingle dangle, but the cat has a bell on his neck. You know, the cat has a bell on his neck. So just imagine this scenario. The cat has a bell on its neck, on its body, okay? And it's wearing the bell in the other room because the bell ended up in the other room. The cat climbs down the ventilation into the guy's room. The bell should have rang, right? Kazuma will be like, he was writing his letter. Cause he heard a whistling first. There's no explanation for the whistling. So he said, okay, 1:32, I heard whistling. Oh. I looked to the side. He didn't see the cat come in, but he looked at the corner and he's like, what the hell's that? At the ventilation. He saw, I see a thing at the ventilation, I don't know what it is. And then that's the last thing he wrote. You're telling me he looked back to the left side, to the right side? He sees the cat. While he's sitting on a chair, writing his letter, he knocks the ink over because he's like, oh my god, is that a cat? Or the cat knocks over the ink or whatever. He starts chasing around the cat. He slips. Oh no! Snaps his neck. Then the cat runs back. Then who wrote the dying message? The cat? What is this logic? Which means after somebody died, somebody was able to go in his room, write the message, stop the ship with the alarm, and then have the ship's the inertia of the ship move the boat to lock the room. And they also wrote the word wardrobe in Russian, so they knew that Naruhodo, was in the wardrobe to blame me. So it was somebody that knew that I was in the cupboard. The cat is the true villain. So at that point you thought it was safe to try and lure the cat back again? By the dangling end of the toy to the ventilator and adjoining the cabin?
Darka always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked.
So it didn't work, so the cat was in there, okay. Lol JK.
I tried using her favorite toy, but I tried whistling to her softly.
So she did the whistling, what the hell? What an idiot. What an idiota. The cat was too scared to come back. So where is it now, you know? Where's the cat? Where is it now? Who wrote the dying message? The cat? Like, no. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve a pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when fired. Is it still there? In the ventilation?
Yes, so there was nothing I could do. So I just had to wait until she calmed down. But then...
Oh my god. Ah. Is he scared of cats?
I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out then. Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Kazuma was... dots. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems that likely what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping out. No. Zasboria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurking, When the cat got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily cause him to fall over. We dealt with parrots and orcas in this franchise. But the way the person died was never the animal's fault. It wasn't the orca's fault that he died. He died because he accidentally fell in the pool and the guy, that rapper, was trying to save him. He fell in an empty pool that was like 50 feet. And the parrot was a whole story, a conspiracy of 15 years until the statute of limitations. And you're telling me my best friend died because he tripped over a cat? Why would... But then, and the thing is, even if he fell over and died, who wrote the message? Why would the boat be there? Because they stopped the ship. Why would they stop the ship? Like, why would they hint at the boat being able to lock from the outside? And the thing is, the dying message says the word wardrobe. So that means whoever wrote the dying message knew that me and Naruhodo was in the cupboard. They knew I was in the closet. So how would they know I'm there? If the whole 2 weeks that I've been here, we've been trying so hard to hide Naruhodo in the cupboard, in the closet. How would the person know? It's somebody that knows that I'm there. The cat must be a hint, just like other animals. Yeah, the cat is just one thing, but there's something else going on in the background. They wanted to cover it up. Maybe he fell and was still alive. Maybe someone come and finish him off. Probably, I don't know. Like maybe the whole cat trip thing. Maybe he didn't write anything because maybe he was playing with the cat. Someone came in and he's like, oh my god. I don't know. The combination of unfortunate factors could easily cause him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? Maybe he knocked out cold and someone came to finish him? I have no idea. And the other thing is, so there's some other things that's mysterious over here. One, if there was the whole sound, how the hell did Naruhodo not wake up? Is he that deep of a sleeper? And two, obviously, somebody knows I'm in the cupboard. And the other thing is, everybody so far has been saying that they have a headache. I said I've had a headache, Susato has a headache, HERLOCK has a headache, and Hosonaga has a headache. What's with this headache? Why is there a headache? Is there a gas leak? Is the fog outside so smoky that we're all slowly dying inside? What's happening? Is it some kind of like sleeping gas? Is that why I didn't wake up that much? Maybe that's why. Did he die in his sleep? Maybe he fell over and died in his sleep or something? Like, but why though?
Dots. In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yatarka is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case,
You idiot.
Now she disappeared again.
And where did the snake come from also? Why is that snake? Oh, gracious, the cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least.
When I woke up this morning, I heard the young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. I scared that it would send me back. That's...
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? Do you think the cat got scared by the snake? Maybe. Look at his hole. I think he's the murderer. Cause let's say, okay, so Kazuma's writing in his diary. Dear diary, I heard a sound. Dear diary, I saw the freaking cat toy. So that the cat is already in his room when he's alive. He stops writing. He's like, oh my god, there's a cat. This dude comes in. You know, maybe the cat didn't come back because Asogi was playing with the cat. And he's like, oh my god, this cat's so cute. And then this dude comes in, beef stroganoff himself. He comes in to kill, on the mission to assassinate Kazuma. And he has a snake there. The snake scares the cat runs, and this guy snaps his neck, snaps Kazuma's neck, writes the message, and he didn't write in Japanese because you would think that Kazuma would write that message in Japanese. He wrote in Russian so that the Russian crew could understand, to check the cupboard, because he knows that I'm in the cupboard for some reason. What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, didn't I say? Snake is my friend. His name is Piroxko. What? What? The snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergencies alarm sounded. Is the snake partially killing him, I guess? And that could be how Asogi died, you know? A snap his neck. I was looking for him. Did not expect you to find him in here. Sounds like it's kind of strangling him. Yes, how did the snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands. Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, depends on the size of the snake. This one doesn't seem to have venom. Yeah, strangulation, and it broke his neck. Gargantua's venomous snake. Surely you can appreciate the danger of putting everyone in. No venom. Ferosco does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle, like my snake. Like my beef stroganoff. He's adorable, like a granny. It's venomless. Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. Once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Not all snakes are deadly in their way shows. I mean, from the things he said, do you think he knows? Milk, I suppose? Yeah, like they say, milk. Like they say, they milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only stupid stories. Snakes does seem kinda cool though. Pinocchio eats mouses. Big fat round mice. Like Mickey Mouse himself. Oh, so is that what the mouse trap in the passageway out there is for? Of course! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Why would you feed him milk? Did the snake try to eat the cat, maybe? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in the eyes right now. HERLOCK! He's like... Dots. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. It's not even venomous! My life is a lie! How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Prosco has nothing to do with this incident. Probably not in one's mice. Dots. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. How is this man a detective? Dots.
That's Miss Pavlova.
Dudes, go! Surprised he landed a job as a detective.
I understand the situation, difficult situation you find yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then, no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you.
Susato-chan! Susato-chan!
But
What are you talking about, Miss Mitukotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. The dying message, are you blind? You can't letting you know he's a running gag. He sucks at this. Yeah, I can tell. I could tell he was an idiot the moment I saw his face in the trailer. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. Hell no! He did not die by no accident. I refuse to believe. Dots.
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see this was not the truth! Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Dots. To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. Dots. He's thinking of something. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Easy way to give the player something to do. Oh! I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I sure do hope you're not finding your shackles too uncomfortable. What? Ah, not again! When did you do that? Especially when your risk as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I would resolve matters before we made the next port of call. You were Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, but I overlooked one important detail. Did she whistle after or before using the toy? Before. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Dots. Yes. He's good at sneaking in. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. We were about to do it in England.
That's...
In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth of how you really died. About that scene in your cabin that really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent!
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. That's...
So then, shall we begin? Yes! What should we ponder first? Is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside? Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That's what we must establish in the first instant. But we already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but it's still an accident.
Hold it!
Hold it! Wait, just let's take a step back. It doesn't make sense if it's really that's really what happened, does it? gonna have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. What, the literal words on the floor? This music is so good. His death couldn't possibly be a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. I think it's the fact that there's a little dying message on the floor. You know.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. This music in the 2015 game. There's no way Mr. Asogi would have left this message on the floor. The script is Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word means water. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian.
Why the hell would he do that?
It's a simple language.
Simple language?
He could have picked it up very fast.
That doesn't seem likely. It's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. He died instantly. How would he leave a dying message if he died instantly? It's like Mia. It's, you know, the same thing. She died instantly too. The reason is why it's clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ugh! Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead.
Adults! Oh! That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asugi's cabin. A remnant of something that could have possibly been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What? So Susato-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves that this was no accident. In other words, what? What are they saying? What did she say? What did Susato say? I didn't pay attention. I have no idea what they want me to present here. A remnant that something couldn't possibly there. In the picture or? Putting this message on the floor aside. Another piece of evidence. Don't worry, people get stuck here. Another piece of evidence that proves that this was no accident. In this picture? Who keeps cutting onions? In this picture? A remnant of something that couldn't have possibly been there if what she told us was true. Something that can't be there if what she told us was true. If what she told us was true. That he tripped, there's no external injuries because he fell. If he fell, so if he fell, this one is confusing. Susato knows this in it, but not me. A remnant. There's something else we found in Mr. Asugi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't have possibly been there if what she told us was true. In this picture or somewhere else, or just in the room in general? Might be time to start ruling things out. The only thing that's there is literally the bell and the ink, but it's not the ink. That proves that this was no accident. The shoe polish? Something that was in the room? The bell? The only thing I can think of is the bell. I could try presenting the bell. Another piece of evidence that proves that this was no accident. The bell shows that the cat was in the room though. The sign. The fact that it's in Russian. I could try presenting the bell. A remnant or something. Something else we found in the cabin. A remnant or something that couldn't possibly been there if what Miss Pavoa told us was true. How did she get the bell back? I think the cat came back. That's true, yeah. I could try presenting the bell.
Yes!
If it got broken, that's true, yeah. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. Just a glass bell the kitten had around his neck. We already know about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. We already have a satisfactory explanation. What's the flaw in the logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did the one half of the bell end up back here in the cabin? Oh!
Yes, remember that we found the other half of the bell in the wastepaper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no!
Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That someone went in the room. That when Mr. Asugi died last night in this cabin, there was someone else in the room. And the same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up his or her own guilt.
Go! Yes, there was someone present in Mr. Ashugi's.
Who was that? You're wasting time! Someone else was there! That, of course we know this! What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from the inside. There was no way in or out. Oh yes. The only other person in the cabin was when a young student died was you.
Yes!
Yes! It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. Can't believe you just admitted it. I mean, they found him there. As I was saying, HERLOCK, shut the hell up. The person in question who wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor, in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I've been asleep in there the entire time. And then,
the same person picked up the broken glass bell and had fallen on the floor. Because of the fear becoming evident that will show how Mr. Asogi died.
but why wouldn't this person take all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving help behind was gonna raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin could have been quite dark. Is that a freaking snake? Yeah. This is where the emergency stop comes to use. The single small lamp suspended in the ceiling would have barely cast any light on the floor there. Little wonder when then the culprit failed to notice a fragment of a tiny item.
You also suspect me, don't you?
Why, is that your daughter? Look at how similar you look like. Seaman! Stroganoff! Nina's the woman of the sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before she was dancing on the ship, a member of the ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. So that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. The seaman. She's getting saved by seaman right here. The seaman. Man, it's not possible. I give my truth. That's it. Wow. This is so the most interesting. This game's getting more wildly interesting. Why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. He's a defense attorney of the young girl. Look truth in the eyes. Captain cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from the inside. Nobody could go in the cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me killer can walk through locked doors? Nope, that's impossible. Oh, he's right.
But wait! I read about this in the detective stories. People often tie thread around the door latches so they can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, that's what I said just now. You said it's not possible. Throw it. Are you stupid? This book has an barn door. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel. Not a gap inside. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
Susato-san, how could you shift the thumb to be like that? So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door could have been bolted shut with the alarm. Hello, there's an alarm aside. Not necessarily. What? Aggressive. I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind may have been used before. I don't believe it. The freaking shelf. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolted door, cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, and so should you. Dumb. Sorry. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. Would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door from the outside. The bookshelf.
Yes!
Yes! Look at the bookcase over there. See how the books and things have toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made this emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown in reverse, a violent jolt goes across the ship, the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened are bound to fall over.
I believe. Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects.
Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Yeah, she didn't know how the door got locked. Or that isn't in the book at least. Oh yeah, I don't know. Well, whatever it's called, it's the same force that pushed over the books and the bookcase. Also made something else in the cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! Oh! It was very obvious. Just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into the cabin not long before. And we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anybody in there? Shouting if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like...
Inspector Hosonaga!
The book is secretly 8,000 pages long. Yeah. The font is just like size 4. If you can read it.
Oh yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the boat flew across and locked the door!
Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, whatever you want to call it. Oh my god, Ryunosuke. Are you trying to say that last night, Mr. Asogi was killed? After Mr. Asogi was killed, wouldn't his body like kind of move too? Or like the stuff on the ground? Or maybe that's why everything's fallen over in the first place. Ah, yeah. I'm pretty sure like the plate was on the table, the sword was hanging on the wall, the thing on the floor was on the wall too. It's probably another calligraphy. Like all the stuff, all this random shit is on the floor because of the freaking boat. Okay, I see. The SS Buria made another emergency stop. Did the crew not? I bet there was probably some sleeping gas spread throughout the boat to make everybody fall asleep, and so nobody noticed the boat stopping, because you would think that the crew members would notice like who the hell stopped the ship, but we were all like dead asleep, and we woke up with a headache, all of us. And like they even, Susato even mentioned like, why the hell is there a ventilator? So that when the gas leak appears, everybody can smell it. And then she's also like, oh, everybody dies together in the gas leak. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves have toppled over, all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hands across the shelves, deliberately knocked everything over.
Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
Then we came into this cabin. We were surprised to see the same thing here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like Mr. Asogi's room.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova?
Dude!
Are you out of mind? You say Buria emergency stop. His chest so busted, completely died on you now. Rock the boat, yo, hey. Seems a little far-fetched, but how could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit actually is someone from the engine room. Wow, it's simply enough. It's simple enough. Are you forgetting the button on the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm?
Oh yes, of course! There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you to only press the button in times of emergency.
On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of the number of buttons on the vessel for any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. George! Wait! It was you! When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed a little earlier today. So earlier it was him that pressed it. What an idiot. I mean, he was very helpful. Dots.
Dudes! Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has one purpose in life. To be pressed! Whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with the ship! I report you to Captain. You're in so much trouble now. Wow. Now, I'm sure we can all wait till later. Let us not overlook the fact that we now have learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide close. HERLOCK tested the button, yeah. The stop just now was because of him. Now what we must consider...
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asagi, did the ship make an emergency stop or did it not?
You idiots! The Belia is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make an emergency stop in the middle of the night, there'll be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruto? Thoughts? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergencies happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruto?
Fascinating. You show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? The record? Wait, what did he ask me? Wait, what's up, Celestia? What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? What does the ship log say? Nothing to report. You're hunting for Judy? Oh, good luck.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol first class area of the ship, isn't that right? Yeah, that's correct. Right. The ship's log here would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing, you dear? That's right. Am I? Wow, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift baroo in the passageway. But as responsible passengers, we took it in our care with a mind to return to you later. How are the stuff to him? Yeah, exactly. You left it there on purpose. That's where I always put it. The point is looking at what you usually record. It's clear that under normal circumstances you will write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes, but from 2 o'clock last night, first light in this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. That is, because nothing happened, or because he fell asleep or something, or because it's, I don't know. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Gulp! Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 AM something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Was looking for a bit. Go! Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the day?
Stop talking rubbish! You get yourself some food, eh? Thoughts. If I'm perfectly honest, I find it a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurked so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
Well, no, that's a good point. That's... what of the throbbing? What of the throbbing? No. Sorry, what do you mean? Your head. Not the other throbbing. Your head. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We've all suffered it. Ah! Oh, yes. Are you serious? I have a headache, you're right. The screenshot. Dude, I got so many stupid screenshots. Like, look at this. Look at this mess. Look at this mess. Look at him. He's a problem. I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Nor have I! My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right. My head's been throbbing today too. Wow, the throbbing. Oh god, he's wearing the tiara. What in the world? And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything felt sort of hazy. The whole everybody's dinner was like drunk. The HERLOCK screenshot better be over 500 before by the time you finish these. Or I should have a screenshot when he was trying to fight me. At one point he was like, "What, you wanna fight?" Batman and Robin. Oh no, Dick Grayson. Can't remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside that wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed in this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. Ayo! And I had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all of that was happening to me? You like the HERLOCK fighting pose? Tell me, Mr. Naruto. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. Sorry. Stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. I ate his meals. He was always happy to share his meals. So enjoy some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of it. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken, so... Really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? Wow, Dots. My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh!
Mr. Shaw?
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do. No, really? What, is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Gah! Tampered with by addition of soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber into those who consume it. A sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop?
Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
Precisely. Lacing every meal of the passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What?
Mr. Sholmes!
Well, seaman. No! Sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would be an inquiry to make this through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, the captain himself, would be hauled over to the coals for aiding and abetting in a renegade. They say TikTok. No, George.
Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore.
Dude, she's only 15, bro. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are wrong. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Thought it was just a freaking sauce. This is just a kid. Duh, we could not make all drug. How do you say? Dissolve. Ah, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in the water near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. They stopped to bring her. They made an emergency stop so they could bring her on board. She was held by a comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly, thanks to almost magical effects of slumber-inducing potion in their evening meals as contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova.
Dudes,
And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop to trick the locked cabin Kazuma's door. Locked Kazuma's cabin door. They tasted something bitter and didn't think some lawyer yeah. I mean, if you go on the ship and you ate some of the food given there, you wouldn't think that, oh, there's a poison in here, there's a drug. Yeah, sure. You think like, oh my god, man, the seasoning's freaking bitter as hell. Who seasoned this chicken? Well, I'm still gonna eat anyway. It's free food, you know.
Dude,
But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in this case. There would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course! Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by the tiredness of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. He wouldn't remember going to sleep himself. He had no memory of how he got to sleep. He didn't sleep on the table while he was eating dinner. He went in the cupboard, went to sleep, and he just slept the whole time. Chaos, glorious purpose.
yes!
The overwhelming majority of passengers would have habitually sleep in their cabin doors bolted anyway. Also, not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours in the morning.
Dude,
Adults? What does this have to do with Kazuma dying? You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the seat when the victim lost his life last night. Somebody who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried to desperately hide the broken fragments of glass that will reveal the culprit's identity. and somebody who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night.
But I don't know any of this. I'm just a little girl.
Yeah, shut up! I've dealt with children before. Seen you people kill each other. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. You look like an adult to me, but I am a sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. What do you mean? Stories of the ocean. Tell me that's not a long story. Sailors like me. We are not sailors. We are the seamen. Sarge was a child that literally, yeah, Sarge had a gun. She literally had like a freaking machine gun on her drone. We trust only what we see with our eyes. That's a laudable trait. What? I'm glad to save this position, my good man. Wow. Observation to me is everything. I love how Naruto is not contributing. He's all Sherlock. He's all Herlock talking. Mr. Naruto. Oh yeah, I was part of the conversation. Whoops, sorry. My friend is dead. Sorry, yeah, sorry. What? Wow. Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt in the wind?
What accusatory cry of guilt? The hell are you talking about, man?
So sorry, you've lost me. I literally have not been paying attention the whole time. Sorry. Proof of involvement, man. You can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the base of all deduction. What are you talking about? Little girl with a flying machine in the courtroom, yeah? She was such a sweet child. Yeah, she's so cute. Says that's an innocent child who had a gun. But this one, nah, I don't believe her. She had a cat. Just kidding. She had a cat and he has a snake, so that's a problem. A gun? Psh. Guns. Believe the time has come. For one final logical and reasoning spectacular. To expose the truth. Oh no, another one. The final one. So, Mr. Naruto, your assistance if you please. With what? That's even worse. Oh! Mr. Sholmes. With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Cat over flying machine of Dev. Yup, exactly. A tiny cute little cat with a bell. Yeah, more dangerous than a drone with a straight up a machine gun. Cannons, not even worth. Killing the cat is more than, yeah, exactly. It's so cute, you know. I mean, he tripped away and died, you know. Just kidding. Observation.
If you remember, Mr. Naruto, we know that somebody is trying to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened.
Precisely. You're delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there. That's not me. Last night when Kazuma died. You think I'm blind? You think I'm freaking blind, bro? Wait. As long as you don't declaw them or no. Yeah, don't do that. Hello?
Yes!
Yes! And why? Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. I gotta observe real quick. Imagine them standing in a room. HERLOCK's like, alright, Mr. Naruto, I need you to look at them closely. show the evidence that they were in the room. Naruto's like, turn around. I'm not looking at your butt. I'm not looking at your butt. I'm looking at your shirt. He's legit has ink on his shirt. Yeah, like, go and change, bro. You should just change his shirt. I like how she didn't tell him she's standing right behind him. Tapping to your inner HERLOCK. Oh, yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. They just stand still and Ryu just a few inches away from his chair. It's like, nice ink, bro. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you talking about, say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Yes, ink! Allow us to make it plain. This very large purple stain on the back of the Seaman Stroganoff's uniform.
I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. The cameraman enjoying this is like, now take your shirt off. Oh, whoa, whoa. You realize he got marks on the snake being. Oh, that's why he has marks on his. I didn't even notice that. I noticed the marks, but I didn't think that it was because of the snake. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence proves what stain on the back of Miss Seaman Stroganoff's uniform is. I didn't think that it was from the snake at all. Wait, which picture has the ink? Oh, this one? The purple ink?
Yes!
Woo! Yes! It's this photograph. The ink, and the ink shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. The snake probably causing those. Don't think we get an answer for that. Ink! A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Oh! Wow. The panic drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. Oh, don't put colors to it. This is so sad. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it would have been possible to stain your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. George! You're right, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in that student cabin to make it like Wardrobe Man did it. Wardrobe Man. I pressed button to make Purias do emergency stop and poor cabin door shut. I did everything so no one will suspect their angel.
Beef, please.
A Russian word, how Japanese do it. Don't worry, angel. Let me do the talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like shit. White like what? You said?
Beef, please, you must help me.
I went with her to the door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on the floor. What happened here?
Dudes! Please don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend.
Did she call you Biff? Biff and like 12? No, his name is Biff Stroganoff. Say both of them, wasn't it? Or somebody else? How many Japanese folks would go out their way to learn Russian? Think this dude barely knows English. Everything happened in cabin is like Angel told you. Oh, beef! I didn't see the eye. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asugi's room and he tripped over and broke his neck when he fell to the floor? Hell no! I don't accept that as an answer. Yes, that's right. Yeah, sure. I don't believe it. So after the incident, the cat ran away. Miss Pavlova visited the cabin next to hers. Only to find his occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She says she was worried when she heard sound of falling on floor. That's when she looked. No, Angel. Hello, BF. Don't. I don't believe it. I think she's hiding something. Door was not locked. She opened to look, and you already know what happened up there.
Dudes,
She's hiding something. She knows.
there's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
She's way too young for a man like you. What?
When you went into Mr. Asugi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? What?
I already told you. When Nina opened the door, student cabin and looked inside.
I'm asking Miss Pavlova, so shut up! Be talking off!
Oh, Japanese woman, very scary. So that's just the way that this game, it's like double her age and more. I mean, we can actually see how old they are. Like he's 37 and she is 15. And HERLOCK is 34. Well, Miss Pavlova, was he dead? Bits?
Dudes? Duh! Oh! Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared.
Sasato, very scary woman. The women, very scary.
Duds!
She don't believe it, neither do I. HERLOCK's older than you, one of you act that way at 34.
I understand and I believe you.
No, you don't, neither do I. I don't believe it either. So that is finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death? Hell no, we didn't! I don't believe that! Not in this game. Wow! Something just slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? What did she say in Russian? She said da. Which means yes. Apparently. This photograph. I took it myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated this event, a kitten, on which a victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there's one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. His hand! What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruto? In the Golden Room, every piece of evidence exists for a reason! Oh, well. If Kazuma tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck and broke his neck, which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? His fist! That I only see is at night when what? Nothing. What? Ah! He's writing where he died. Somebody else could have made the writing. Alright, if he fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, once one's instinct is to open their palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. Whoa. It's possible he was doing something when it happened. Doing what? With his face! Sorry. Go! What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fists a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow?
Mr. Scholes, show us, please!
I came backing out just as Herlock's about to show us the goods. Also, you might like this Herlock Dragon-kun. We found him in very nice positions, you know. We found him like this. Ready to, you know, we found him like this. Oh wow. And well, we found him like this. Also, he said, what off the throbbing? Oh wow. Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? Her earring! That ho ho! That ho ho ho! That ho! The Russian assassins! The game, seriously. This is what I found.
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle.
What is this, Athena? You're pretending to be a little princess. You're right, a crescent moon is very pretty, but what does it tell us? Well, it tells us nothing! I'm not so sure. Just look at her. Yes! Crescent moon looks familiar. Sure, I've seen it somehow before. It's literally there on her face. She's wearing it right now. He's practicing it for you. Oh, your earring changed a lot. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth now is tantalizingly close. Right beside your face, actually. Go! How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? That is the final clue. The last piece of puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance does it have? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. Oh!
Yes!
Yes! Chunky arms. And her. And now she's just showing it off. Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. Oh! That's. And on your other ear seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it on must be broken, I suppose. Yes! Oh, yes! Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your right ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. Oh! In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. Yes! But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it with his clenched fist during his final moments?
Oh no!
In jail! No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma, you bitch? You hoe?
Ah! when I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! Arka-kun!
Of her breakdown. Oh, the music.
Dots, I couldn't believe when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back. Knock, knock, knock. Dots. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector?
Oh. Inspector? What are you? What? Oh, Inspector. Oh, Inspector, you look beautiful. Oh, wait, never mind. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He was so nice to you. What's wrong with you? What did you do to him?
The young man from your country.
From my country, my friend, bro.
He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, I was going to leave the man's cabin.
Just a moment. Sorry, but...
Oh yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before.
Oh!
Oh, of course, you're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from land in faraway East know Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of ballet made a deep impression on me. Daka has such a cute name another day. But what are you doing here on this ship? I'm sure I read your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
Nice thick accent. Ow! I see. So you've run away.
Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then Darka jumped out of my hands and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. Thoughts.
She's too buzzed, yeah. Just because she's paranoid. That's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. Yeah, I heard Nina cry out and dirt on the floor, so I went to her. She was standing at the cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef. If they find out that I will bleed, I know where to go." So you decided to help. That's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into the cabin and looked around to make sure there's nothing to show Nina was there. And I found Stowaway in the wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, just when he found me.
So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
Thus, I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper inside. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato started to believe me when I said I was innocent. What a sad case, yeah, just so... Like when someone when the cases have someone that kills someone on purpose, it's like, okay, let's just hate the villain, let's just hate the murderer. This one is just like, there was no intent to kill him at all. She was just stupid. She was just being dumb as hell, and he did nothing wrong. She was literally gonna be like, "Yo, Naruto!" Oh, he's asleep on my own side, so. And like his dreams, we were gonna be in England together. I dragged young man's body to good place. Fuck off. To good place, GTFO, and used ink that was spilling on the right to floor. I forgot how to say the word, wardrobe, so that person who would look inside the wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me what of the glass bell? This one was one of the rare cases where you shouldn't hate the villain. Yeah, she didn't mean to do it. She was just so scared of herself, of her own issues. Like, it's not like she pushed him and aimed at the bed or anything. She just pushed him and it just so happened that his neck just landed on the edge of the bed, you know. Like, you can see why she did what she did, but it's just a tragic accident. Accidental killing, you know. Yeah, she was just so paranoid. She did something stupid. And she's 15, you know. Imagine a 15-year-old like experiencing that. I can see why she's paranoid. But like, that's just so unfortunate that instead of just falling on the ground, he landed on the bed, like the edge of the bed, the neck.
It was my fix, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin.
Yeah, she'll still get punished, and then Stroganoff will be punished for tampering with the crime scene or like hiding evidence and all that.
I didn't know this other half.
That angel went back in the cabin and I finished the job by pressing the emergency button in the passageway. Yes.
Accordingly, the SS Bureau did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus inciting the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. Doors. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was gonna tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? As the games went on, the case get longer and longer, which is great more time for character growth and colorful case of people, yes.
Yes.
But even if you had pulled the bell and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first?
What are you doing here this time of night, Inspector? Oh! I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said the Inspector was his friend.
Oh, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you for a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? Dudes, it just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asugi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. Well, what do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, he was trying to call me. He's trying to call me in the cupboard.
Dots?
Oh, Dots. Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
No, you stupid bitch. She was going to the cupboard. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, day's work is not done yet, it seems. It's one more deduction to make. Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Don't put this feeling. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? No. First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy, I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still, the cabin has been my home for this entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked like last night. Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama?
Yes, it's exactly how it is. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! This is one thing I've learned today, is that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. Tissues, anyone? I already cried. Not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out, even by a little, when following the gaze to where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was about to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, yeah, you miss him even more. What exactly is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend. Sleeping soundly.
Oh! Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully where Mr. Asugi was last night. Give me a moment. Could use another opinion here. Another opinion.
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No. Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh, no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure what Mr. Asuki was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Well, Susato ain't no time for pitying. Susato get to the point. You stupid bitch! If you look closer, maybe you notice he will look at the cupboard and not at the freaking bell. Susato savage.
Those...
Miss Pavlova? Why does it make it so much sadder? It's so sad. It makes it even sadder that, you know, like they have to keep mentioning that he's my close friend. She killed someone who was planning to help her. And just because she heard Kazuma say the word inspector. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you never forget that! Slap her.
I'm sorry.
For real. Because he didn't know. Like, imagine waking up in handcuffs and getting suspected for the murder of your best friend who died because of something like this.
Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done?
Be stupid, that's what you did. You feel bad for, yeah, nobody wins in this case. Nobody ends up happy, you know. Nobody gets saved, nobody gets, you know. Like, there's no defendant to be happy because the defendant technically was me and I just lost my best friend. So at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on SS Buria was finally laid to rest. Kids do stupid things, yeah. She's 15, you know, she's scared. Yes. It got solved in a day, wow. All of this. What about this one? Arrest this one. He helped tamper with the evidence. What will happen to Miss Pavlova from now then? Once she reaches Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? It's just unfortunate it could have been avoided. Yeah, exactly. If she had waited just a couple seconds for him to open the cupboard, she wouldn't have done anything. If she would have just waited a little bit. A few seconds, just. Oh my beef. Apparently the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all it out. Mr. Sholmes can do that. Is the shirt too small? You would think he would change it because it's dirty as hell, dude. So she won't be going back to Russia then. Whoa, Biff. Biff Stroganoff. No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away and now she's in exile for life. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff. Yeah, I wanted to help her angel, no matter what. She's not an angel, but I didn't think about you. How you lost your good friend. Yeah, because your dear angel couldn't wait a couple seconds. I will go with Nina. I'll give myself to British police. Yeah, you should, because you did a crime. This kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste. It really is! The government sent him there to learn lawyer things. His dreams, you know. And like, even the Elias case, he was like, yo, we're gonna be in Britain, the English streets together, whoop! And now we can't do that. His music's not helping. He was weird. They died for, well, I guess they died for very different reasons, you know. With Mia, she was a target by a criminal. This one was just a complete, just paranoia, being stupid. How can the games be so funny and sad at the same time? But, well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Reminds you of finding out dark stuff, yeah. I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. Couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun. To think that only days ago Kazuma and I were laughing together how we tear up the streets of London. Seems like such a distant memory now. Why is the chicken bone still there? Somebody clean it up. Thoughts. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Who, me? Oh. Oh, his sword. That's Susato-san?
Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned.
Didn't see me walk through the door. Oh, well, haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. He's probably too sad Asogi to clean up here.
That's...
Oh no! Susato, don't! Was the last 20 minutes not enough for you? I can't. You're 16 too. I can't. I don't. No, not a daughter.
That's... I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that.
Susato-san,
such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now that we know the truth, it was just an accident. A silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's too much.
Yes, I know. Who was that? I wish there was something I could say. Inspector.
Inspector!
My duty was to see Asugi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed, caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least. What the hell? Ugh. Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo! What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply in my head, I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Oh. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry. So I decided to restore them, for all time's sake, shall we say? You're a stowaway after all. Hello, now's not the time! He thinks this is funny!
Mr. Sholmes, we do appreciate your assistance.
Hello, GTFO.
I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Not at all, not at all. Though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? The animation, yeah. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. You're real bit. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall disembark in the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway.
That's...
The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows! Oh god, another one. These more idiots. He's into BDS because oh. Majority of his problems can be extremely simple solution, you know. Jesus. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. God.
But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but...
But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
Yes. But who? In this room, there's literally nobody there. I don't know.
Naruto. I didn't want to be, but I mean, I said I didn't want to be, so.
I don't know.
Kazuma from the skies is like, hello, he's literally right there. Hello, the answer is right in front of you. Dots. Mr. Sato.
Yes.
think perhaps I might be able to do it? Hell no! But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruto. Shut up! Oh, what I can dream. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but I'm studying, like, finance or something. I have no idea. I'm studying something, not law. Sorry, in that case, think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? He solved 2 cases. I defended myself twice, bro. Like, seriously. I have a month in which to study to learn what I must become a great lawyer in Great Britain. Like,
Mr. Naruhodo.
that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. Might as well try. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? If by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. Ultimate plot armor. He was passionate about it. I can't let that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Susato-san?
That's...
Ah! Ah!
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer, one assistant. Numbers are indisputable. He said the line the VA said. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are dull routine of existence that we all are and we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Susato obviously had a cute crush on Kazuma. She's 16. Me and Kazuma are like 24. Ace Attorney is like anime to kill off your favorite character. What? Besides, qualifications are no measure for man. Whoa. What matters is his character, though, and you know he's the main one. So what? Oh. And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes, from the early hours of the morning till this very moment until now. Despite contending with the passage of his close companion, despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. The Triforce. Dots. Very well. Think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said I'd do anything at all to make it up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector!
The what now? No. You excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how to best make my report.
Are you ready to prepare to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
I would be delighted to help you. I am I'm a judicial assistant after all. Woo!
Thank you.
And Naruhodo-san, I'd like you to take charge of this.
What, me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. His name is Karuma.
It's like Kazuma, but with a different letter.
It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations.
Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. So I'll have his soul with me always. Because the one, a man's katana is his soul, you know. You know, he may not just randomly appear out of nowhere like Mia, you know. But his soul is always with me still. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for quite some time. For some time to come yet.
It will be an honor, Naruhodo-san. For the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom.
Oh no. That's how she slaps me when I don't study. Oh,
We shall fill every spare moment with study.
yes, that's exactly what I need.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask you to.
Goodness, what is it? He's like, oh my, what? Jesus.
Dots. Please, throw me to the ground. 3 times!
What? What? 1, I'm not gonna push a girl down to the ground. 2, I'm not gonna push a kid down to the ground. I'm an adult. You are 16, girl. You're a 16-year-old girl. Me, a full-grown man, is not gonna chuck you down. I have a sword. Like, no, Ray.
I should have never doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me.
I mean, it makes sense. I was the only one in the room. Yeah, it's okay. I don't think you want to lay on the ground where his body was there. Okay, go. Like, seriously.
No matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away. The cabin door was locked from the inside.
No! I will let you make excuses for me! Whatever the circumstances, I should have never thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times!
Ah, that number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must! Just take a hold of me and throw me! Do it! Don't even think about it!
I throw Kazuma, or Kazuma throws me. Oh, no, I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Because Kazuma always does throwing for me. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're still here.
I can do the throwing, but you Mr. Naruhodo instead. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be the form of Japanese wrestling?
Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique.
Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. Leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. What the hell does that mean? I'm a practitioner of combative arts myself. I'm somewhat of an accomplished boxer. You know? What a fight! 16-year-old girl, I'm 34. I'm almost double your age. What a fight! There he goes, dancing around again. Look at him! What is he doing? Brother, wait! Do that again! Yo, he's straight up trying to jam her face. Look at that! It basically means he thinks he's hot. Oh, there he goes, dancing around again. Boom! Sorry, I missed it. In a sketchy way. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. He can't tell if he's fighting or dancing. Honestly, I don't even think he knows.
That's... Yes, I'd be honored.
Let us not dally! Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh no. No, 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 no.
Hey, oh, of course.
No, not again!
Are you ready, Naruhodo-san?
Sorry. Ah! Oh! Oh! Think you can take a specific screenshot of a video? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I can. But I'm too lazy. You come in on him dancing?
As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh yes, interesting, arresting indeed. It's what you call the Susato takedown, is it? Nice, nice, nice.
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
Oh wow, wow, wow. Oh wow. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma.
That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan.
I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, I knew I was gonna have your sword, but to see another sword like that in real, oh wow. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. We were just having the broest of times in the 2 weeks.
The Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that.
So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling.
On that subject,
Thanks for giving me a sword, bro. To save up $40, dude.
there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I appreciate you seeing it through with me.
Well, of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. Anything for you, baby.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. The end. Aww. Crash course candidate. What? Of course I want to save. So that was episode 2. Of The Great Ace Attorney. I'm assuming next week starts the multi-part. As in, like, we have to do multiple weeks of streams to finish the case. I honestly wasn't expecting to finish episode 2. Is this when we see Barok von Zix? Oh no. But oh man. That was episode 2 of The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. But there we go. Man, that's episode 2 and there were so many feels. What do you guys think of that case? Aww. GG. Rest in peace, Kazuma. I'm assuming the next case is when we get to meet Barok von Zeeks himself. You need to catch up yourself in the middle, but that was crazy. Yeah, that was crazy. That was insane. But next week will be episode 3 tomorrow. Tomorrow might be Pokemon Snap. I don't know when the update comes out. Maybe the day after tomorrow will be Pokemon Snap. But I'll try and get back to the shiny hunting mood. I haven't shiny hunted in like forever. We might do more Animal Crossing at some point. There's gonna be some Pokemon Snap for the update. But let's raid someone. Is the update tomorrow, the day after? It's on the 3rd. So I guess the day after. No, tomorrow. Bro feels. Yeah, let's have a raid. Let's do hashtag bossy raid. Y'all knows. I'm gonna cry. You thought it was tattooed. It's okay. Now we have determination. We must do everything we can for Kazuma. But we need to collect yourself after that. Oh yeah, after that it's okay. We have HERLOCK. We might see Barok von Zeeks next week. I have no idea. But I shall see you tomorrow for whatever we end up streaming. Make sure to get hashtag Bosu Raid. I hope you guys enjoyed this case, and by enjoyed I mean yeah. Catch you on the flippy floppy. Yes, good. Yes, here's the link. But for now, goodbye and peace. I can't find the ending screen.